Awang, macam mana? Sedap suara aku?
Wah, Cik Laman, muka banyak senyum. Yalah, siapa tak lah happy. Sawit banyak untung, hidup banyak ong ah.
Itu pasal kerajaan cakap, sawit anugerah Tuhan. Bila harga sawit naik, semua hati senang. Bila COVID-19 naik, semua hati susah. Apa macam mu kahwin, Rahman?
Kahwin tetap kahwin, Mak.
Seronoknya bila dengar harga sawit naik. Tapi, tunggu dulu. Langit tak selalu cerah dan panas pun tak sampai ke petang. Yang menjadi persoalan, mampukah harga sawit cenderung menepasi paras menyenangkan pada tahun hadapan? Apakah telahan para cendekiawan ekonomi meramal harga sawit terus bertahan di takut selesa menjadi realiti? Untuk mengupas mengenai prestasi industri sawit bagi tahun 2020 dan unjuran harga bagi tahun 2021, kami di MPOB bawakan anda pakar-pakar berpengalaman dalam industri sawit seperti Dr. Ahmad Fahbis Kulam Kadir, Dr. James Prime, Dr. Satya Barka dan Encik Toga Sitanggang terus ke skrin anda menerusi Farm All Economic Review and Outlook Virtual Conference. Jom daftarkan diri anda dan sertai kami pada 11 Januari ini. Layari laman web rasmi MPOB untuk pendaftaran atau boleh juga hubungi talian yang tertera untuk maklumat lanjut. Hi, good morning, everyone. We'll still have a few people logging in, so we're going to give them a minute or two to get settled and we'll get underway. If you just joined us, stay tuned as this conference is scheduled to begin shortly. Assalamualaikum and good morning. Assalamualaikum and good morning. Yang berhormat Datuk Dr. Muhammad Khairuddin Aman Razali, Minister of Plantation Industries and Commodities, MPIC. Yang berusaha Dr. Ahmad Parviz Haji Gulam Kadir, Director General of Malaysian Palm Oil Board. Distinguished guests, participants of Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Virtual Conference, RNO 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and good morning. On behalf of Malaysian Palm Oil Board, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you for joining us here at RNO Virtual Conference 2021. Bringing the theme Sustaining Palm Oil Competitiveness Amidst Global Issues, our today inaugural RNO Virtual Conference to be held completely in online platform with the goal of providing an engaging and meaningful experience to all the participants. We greatly appreciate your support, taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. We hope you will find the program we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. Before we start, I'd like to go over the ground rules for today's virtual conference.
All microphones and videos of the attendees have been automatically muted. If you have any question for our speakers, please feel free to type the questions on the post question box. Kindly address your name and the organization you are from, and we will forward the question to the relevant speakers during the Q&A session. Should there any internet disruption during the conference, please be patient and try to sign in again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off today's program, we are pleased to have Yang Berusaha Dr. Ahmad Parviz Haji Kulam Kade, Director General of MPOB, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Please, Doctor. Welcome.
Thank you, Adia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Yang berhormat Dato' Dr. Muhammad Khairuddin Ahmad Razali, the Minister of Plantation Industries and Commodity. Yang berbahagia Dato' Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General Ministry of Plantation Industries and Commodities. Yang bahagia Tan Sri, Dato', Datin, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Malaysian Palm Oil Board, I would like to welcome all participants to the Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Virtual Conference, RNO 2021. I would like to thank the Yang Berhormat Dato' Dr. Muhammad Khairuddin Ahmad Razali, the Minister of Plantation Industries and Commodities, to kindly consent to officiate our seminar today. The Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Virtual Conference, RNO 2021, is an annual forum organized by MPOB for industry players to interact and share the latest development in oil palm industry. The seminar serves as a vital platform for MPOB to update the industry performance for the year. As this is the beginning of a new year, I'm certain that industry players are eager to stalk what is the industry has accomplished in year 2020, and looking ahead, what are we going to expect for this year in 2021. I believe this seminar will go a long way in charting brighter prospect for oil palm sector. As we have to adhere to the new norms, this year RNO seminar is held in a virtual format. The theme of this seminar today is the sustaining palm oil competitiveness amidst global issues. It's very timely. This world is facing spread of COVID pandemic that has affected the movement of people, trade, where the global supply chain affected, as well as health situation, and has resulted in global economic uncertainties. As a commodity, palm oil is no exception to the effect of the pandemic. Low demand was seen, especially during the first half of 2020. However, thanks God, Alhamdulillah, the palm oil sector quickly recovered and continue to supply the global market. For today's conference, we have lined up prominent speakers in the field of vegetable oil and fat to share their vast experience and knowledge on this aspect. A total of 5 papers will be presented, and this include myself. I'll be presenting on the performance of the palm oil industry in 2020, as well as what is the prospect for 2021. And we have also invited Dr. James Fry to deliberate on price situation. Dr. Satya Warka, who will be sharing his thought on market prospect as well as outlook for 2021. We have Mr. Toga Sitangam, who will be sharing his views on the Indonesian palm oil situation and policy. And we also have Mr. Josh Kiao from Dalian Commodity Exchange, who will be talking on the new prospect for palm oil trade in China. I'm confident that this will create windows for further discussion on the issues, challenges, and updates on the latest development in the palm oil industry and the global vegetable oil and fat. Ladies and gentlemen, MPOB plays an important role in developing and enhancing the well-being of the Malaysian palm oil industry. Through excellent R&D and commercialization, the industry has created multitude of palm products, both edible as well as non-edible. MPOB continues to play a pivotal role in providing excellent services to the industry stakeholders and act as a one-stop center for the latest and comprehensive oil palm information. During the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have so many MCOs, EMCOs, CMCOs, and whatnot. And without fail, we continue to disseminate the information, performance of the Malaysian oil palm industry every month. And this can also be seen on our website. And further than that, we are also issuing a lot of letters to the association, to to growers, to all industry players, to allow them to continue performing their duties or activities during the MCO. Besides the global pandemic, the oil palm industry also faces many challenges, especially the anti-oil palm campaign in some European countries. The expansion of oil palm cultivation areas has been associated with deforestation, the extension of orangutan, loss of biodiversity in the tropical rainforest, land use change, as well as many other bias claims. The government, through various ministries, agencies, including MPOB, supported by industry players, is working hard to overcome these challenges. Malaysia has taken a diplomatic approach to address issues related to palm oil in order to safeguard the bilateral relationship with various palm oil importing countries. Malaysia continues to interact with counterparts and stakeholders in the importing nation constructively and positively to resolve many issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the oil palm industry is also one of the most regulated sector in the Malaysia, and with I think there are around 60 laws and regulations that we have to adhere to ensure that the oil palm industry complies with domestic as well as international regulation. This is to ensure the quality of palm oil product throughout the supply chain is in line with the global development. In terms of sustainability, policies and legislation, as well as various initiatives carried out to ensure sustainable palm oil production is in line with the environmental protection and socio-economic development. These include the preservation and conservation of flora and fauna, as well as the replanting of forestry species. The Malaysian palm oil industry is committed to produce sustainable palm oil in accordance with the principle and criteria set by the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification, or in short, MSPO, which has become mandatory starting 1st January 2020. MPOB, through our regional office, is also intensifying efforts to address issues on oil palm in Europe regarding, in the Europe region, to engage with stakeholders in importing countries to educate them, and as well as on the goodness of Malaysian palm oil produced in a sustainable manner. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to thank all the speakers, participants, and everyone who have contributed in making this virtual conference a success. I would like to end my remark to pave the way for the opening speech by the Yang Berhormat Minister of Plantation Industries and Commodities, Malaysia. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Yang Berhad Datuk Ahmad Parvez, for the remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to grace today's program, we are pleased to have Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Muhammad Khairuddin Aman Razali, Minister of Plantation, Industries and Commodities, to deliver his keynote address and officially declare open the RNO Virtual Conference 2021. Thank you. Please welcome.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wal aqibatu lil muttaqin, wa la udwana illa ala zalimin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man da'a bi da'watih wastanna bi sunnati ila yaumiddin, amma ba'd. Yang bahagia Datuk Ravi Mutaya, Secretary General Ministry of Plantation, Industries and Commodities, yang berusaha Dr. Ahmad Parvez Haji Gulam Kadir, Director General Malaysian Palm Oil Board, yang bahagia Tan Sri, Datuk-Datuk, Datin-Datin, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Malaysia Palm Oil Board MPOB for the honor to officiate the Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Visual Conference RNO 2021. I thank everyone for attending this visual conference, the first event held by MPOB to mark the start of the new year. Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 was a challenging year for all of us. This global outbreak of COVID-19 has changed the way we live, communicate, and work. However, in general, the global pandemic had a mild effect on the performance of the Malaysian palm oil industry, as the government identified agriculture as a critical sector and allowed business to be carried out as usual with strict adherence to the standard operating procedures SOP. The implementation of the Movement Control Order MCO and the closure of the national borders at its beginning temporarily affected the export performance of palm oil and palm oil-based products. From January to May 2020, palm oil export were influenced by slowing demand of importing countries. However, the reopening of economic sectors and the relaxation the movement restriction have led to an increase in demand and help in raising the price of palm oil. The increase in exports was also supported by government's National Economic Recovery Plan Penjana initiative to completely exempt the export duty of crude palm oil CPO, crude palm kernel oil CPKO, and refined blends and deodorized palm kernel oil RBD PKO beginning 1st July to 31st December last year. And please to note that progressively since then, there was strong demand from major importing markets. In addition, competitive palm oil price compared to other competing vegetable oils have resulted in the growth of Malaysian palm oil export to major destinations such as India, China, and other importing countries. In the year of 2020, CPO price increased significantly to an average of ringgit Malaysia 2,685.50 cents per ton compared to ringgit Malaysia 2,079 per ton in 2019. The CPO price climbed to its highest level of ringgit Malaysia 3,835.50 cents, or an increase of 89.7% per ton on 24 December 2020, as compared to its lowest level of ringgit Malaysia 2,021.50 per ton on 12 May 2020. From January to November 2020, palm oil products export revenue recorded an increase of 11.6% to ringgit Malaysia 65.09 billion compared to ringgit Malaysia 58.35 billion in the same period in 2019. For 2021, the demand for palm oil is expected to maintain its momentum thanks to the resumption of business activities and financial stimuli. I hope the trend of the Malaysian palm oil will continue at least for the first half of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is committed to implementing strategies and measures that will further strengthen and sustain the oil palm industry as it provides for the livelihood of millions of people along the supply chain. I am pleased to inform that the government has allocated ringgit Malaysia 50 million under budget 2021, in which ringgit Malaysia 20 million is for the implementation of the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil MSPO certification scheme for independent smallholders, while ringgit Malaysia 30 million is for a matching fund for the commercialization of local automation mechanization technologies for the industry. This fund complements the smart partnership amongst industry players, MPOB and other R&D entities which will be formed under the Mechanization Research Consortium for Oil Palm. The Ministry will continue to explore the new market for palm oil products, especially in the African continent and Middle Eastern countries, while expanding its consumption in these traditional markets. However, challenges in the form of non-tariff barriers as protectionist measures by some palm oil importing countries will require continuous engagement from our part to neutralize and bias and also misperceptions. Under the Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, CPOCSI, Malaysia have joined other palm oil producing countries to address the issues faced by the industries and to formulate strategies to deal with those challenges. In ensuring sustainable production of palm oil, the ministry and agencies are aggressively promoting the MSPO certification, especially among smallholders. The government hope that sustainable certification will elevate the industry to a global standard and with the market access in light of changing consumers' priorities. As of 31 December 2020, a total of 5.2 million hectares or 88.25% of the 5.9 million hectares of oil palm areas in Malaysia have been MSPO certified. Also, a total of 427 palm oil mill or 94.47% of 452 mills have been awarded MSPO certification. Sustainable production across the board will make it easier to trade Malaysian palm oil in the international market and raise its competitiveness in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministry has launched a campaign, Sawit Anugerah Tuhan, which aims to highlight the immense contribution of the palm oil industry, while at the same time raise awareness on the benefits of Malaysian palm oil to consumers. Programs related to this campaign will be carried out to educate the public on the goodness and versatility of palm oil, not only to Malaysians but also to the global community. At the international front, the oil palm industry is also facing allegations related to labour issues. These allegations need to be taken seriously as they will significantly impact the industry. We are truly disappointed and saddened by the withhold release order WRO imposed by the US Customs Borders Protection CBP on Malaysian companies. However, we believe that the allegations of forced and child labour are insignificant and isolated case. Despite that, we will strive to improve this negative perception of the industry. In this regard, the Ministry and MPOB have organised several awareness programs focusing on the importance of good labour practice. This include engagement with the plantation companies to emphasize compliance to existing laws and regulations. In 2020, a series of roadshows was organised to disseminate good labour practice among estates. Hopefully, the stakeholders will adhere to good labour practice, uphold labour standards and ensure no forced labour and child labour practice in the industries. For this year, the Ministry and MPOB will intensify roadshows covering Sabah and Sarawak to reach out to more participants from both regions. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that this RNO visual conference meets its objective to help Malaysia keep abreast the palm oil industry's performance and competitiveness, both locally and internationally. In turn, I hope everyone will contribute ideas to ensure the industries become a strategic agri-commodity sector for the national economy, thus allowing Malaysia to remain a global powerhouse in the oil and fats industry. On this note, I hereby officially declare open the Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Visual Conference RNO 2021, and I say to all of you, keep moving with God's blessing. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Muhammad Dato', for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our conference session. In this conference, we will be sharing and discussing about the performance of the Malaysian palm oil industry and to forecast its performance for the current year. We are honored to have experienced speakers joining us today. Before we begin, let me introduce you with them. Our first speaker, Dr. James Fry, the chairman of LMC International, followed by Dr. Satya Varga, owner of Palm Oil Analytics. Mr. Toga Sitanggang, vice chairman of Indonesian Palm Oil Association, Dr. Ahmad Parviz Haji Gulam Kade, the Director General of Malaysian Palm Oil Board, and last but not least, Mr. Josh Chow from Dalian Commodity Exchange. Before we start, please be reminded, should you have any question related to the presentation, kindly type them in the questions box. Please address your name and the organization you are from. For info, we have prepared some quiz for you during each presentation. Feel free to answer, and the winners will be announced in the end of Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, back to our business. Now, let us continue to our first presentation. The first speaker is a well-known person in the oil palm industry, and I believe Dr. James Fry needs no introduction, but still, let me read out to you what's in Dr. Fry's bio. He is graduated from Oxford University, where he obtained his MA in Mathematics and a doctorate in Economics. He is the founder and chairman of LMC and plays a lead role across LMC International's research areas. He continues to devote almost all of his time to the company's research and consultancy activity. He is in overall change of his work in commodity-based sectors, which include oils, and is recognized as a leading authority on the palm oil sector. May I now invite Dr. James Fry to deliver his presentation on price volatility during global economic uncertainties for palm oil sustenance. Please welcome.
Hello, at the start of a very different year, I hope, from last year in terms of illness and craziness in the world at large. So let's look at the turbulent behavior of the palm oil price. I'm going today to cover, first of all, the shock, and it was a shock, the impact of climate as La Nina developed, the impact of past low prices, which is reflected in low fertilizer use and generally poor maintenance by many producers, and also the limits on labour availability, notably in Malaysia, on current production. Then I'm going to talk about the repercussions from the recent reforms in export taxes and levies. And finally, I'm going to be looking at the implications of biofuel policy for the whole structure of vegetable oil prices and the price band. So let's start by looking at what's been happening to production. And the first remarkable reality is what's been happening in Malaysia. Here I show you the rolling 12-month production total in Malaysia. So I'm taking January to December, February to January, and so on. Just moving on a month each time. That's the blue line, and the dashed line shows you the underlying linear trend. And the horizontal line is where we were at the end of November. I'm doing this before we know the MPOB figure that will be published just before the seminar. What you see is that where Malaysia is right now is back even slightly below where it was 7 years ago. If we look at the trend and assume that the limits on recruitment of foreign workers and the delayed impact of the floods is overcome, then on trend output would just about reach £20 million over the whole of next year. If we do a similar diagram for Indonesia, you will see that the climate, the La Nina, also of course low prices and lower inputs, have pulled the rolling 12-month total of Indonesian production back to where it was about 2 years ago. If, however, Indonesia gets back to trend, overcomes the current problems, then purely on trend, Indonesian output would be adding 4 to 5 million tons next year. So if we add Malaysia and Indonesia together, their combined output will grow by 5.5 million tons, a very big upturn. One question I thought would be interesting to ask is, has kernel production helped to offset the very poor CPO output growth in Malaysia? It doesn't look like it from this diagram, in that here I'm showing you the ratio of Malaysian kernel output to CPO production, and again I show the linear trend. And over time, the kernel content, at least not the KER, but the kernel to CPO ratio has declined slightly. But when you look at the palm kernel output, oil output from the PK, then you see that oil extraction has increased slightly over time, which is, of course, given the high price of PKO at various times, including today, that has undoubtedly helped to boost the price of kernel and the income for producers. So there's been a small growth in the oil content of the kernel or extraction, but a decline in the overall kernel content in relation to CPO output. So when we review the past year and think of the implications for next year, first, if we look back, what is depressing is that palm oil production has actually declined, not just in Malaysia, but also elsewhere over the past couple of years due to the climate. And that's been compounded by poor maintenance, which is caused by low profitability, and for Malaysia, as you know, government limits on recruiting foreign workers. As a result, the surprise is Malaysian output over the last 12 months is where it was 9 years ago. The only slight compensation I've identified is the slight rise in the palm kernel oil to CPO ratio. But looking ahead, if the damage from climate and poor maintenance is overcome, and I should say if labour is available, then if output gets back to long-run trends, combined Indonesian and Malaysian output will grow 5.5 million tonnes next year, and similar problems have affected palm production Latin America and also in Thailand. If they also get back on trend, world palm oil output will grow by more than 6 million tonnes this current year, 2021. For PKO, output on trend should grow by about 600,000 tonnes, and we also expect coconut oil production to recover a bit. So there should be a decline in the lauric oil premium over CPO, which has become incredibly high. Let's now turn to one of the big factors in the background that has been caused by price movements and has led to the price movements we've seen for palm and palm products. This shows you on a monthly basis, including the January figure, Indonesia's export taxes and export levies used to fund the B30 mandate. As the spread between CPO and gas oil has risen, in order to fund the mandate, but also, of course, the aim to get higher level of replanting by smallholders, the government has recognised that the export levies have had to be increased. And you can see how rapidly they've increased since November. I mean, it really is dramatic, where you see the export tax and levy combined on CPKO is above 300, on CPO is about 300, and you can look at these different diagrams and see how they have leapt. But note that they're not moving exactly together, and that is important because what it has done is to give Indonesia a sizable advantage over Malaysia in processing for export. This shows you, and I've included the January figure, which allows for Malaysia's 8% export tax on CPO. I show you here the gap between Indonesian export levies and taxes in terms of the palm oil refining margin, which is the reddish line you can see here, and PKO refining, which is the blue line you will also see. So Indonesia has a significant advantage over Malaysia, even after the Malaysian export tax has been reintroduced on CPO. If you look at other products, it gets a bit more complicated. Here I show you in green the advantage Indonesia enjoys thanks to export taxes and levies on its export of packed oils, notably to Africa. That this month has risen to about $40 per tonne. In the case of fatty acid, you have to make assumptions about the feedstocks. But if you assume, just for argument's sake, 50-50 PKO and RBD stearin, you can see the yellow line, which currently is giving Indonesia an advantage over Malaysia. I haven't shown you, because it wouldn't fit on this diagram, fatty alcohols, but unlike acids, where the Indonesians have export taxes and levies on simple split acids, not more complicated, but simple split acids. Unlike that, for the alcohols, there is no export tax or levy in the case of Indonesia. So they have a huge advantage today in the case of fatty alcohol production when contrasted with Malaysia, or you could say with importers like China, which don't have the same protection. So export taxes are favouring Indonesian value-added exports. Because of the need to raise hundreds of millions of dollars a month right now for the biodiesel mandate and the replanting programme, we've seen export levies soar, and also export taxes have risen because of the formula for them. They are highest, these combined taxes and levies, on crude oil and lower for processed products. And as I've mentioned already, among some processed products, there are no taxes or levies at all. Malaysia's export tax reintroduction has lessened the advantage that Indonesia enjoys, but Indonesia continues to have a significant competitive advantage in the economics of refining, and also in the export of fatty alcohols and palm-derived foodstuffs such as margarine. This is going to change the whole balance of exports between Malaysia and Indonesia. I expect CPO prices to fall back sometime this year, later this year, as production recovers, especially if it were to recover worldwide by 6 million tonnes. Then Indonesia's competitive position will be eroded through the formula for export taxes and levies. In the meantime, Malaysia will be most competitive in the CPO export market, while Indonesia will increase its share further for processed exports. And I mentioned briefly China just now. For many products, I expect to see importers stop processing imported palm or palm kernel in order to import products from Indonesia. So let's turn to the implications of all this for prices and the price band. This shows you the classic price band. Brent crude prices in dollars per ton are the lowest line. And then you see the different vegetable oils above, with palm oil shown as the silver line. Despite the evidence of the major impact of La Nina and other lack of maintenance on oil crops around the world, countries have, to my surprise, I confess, stuck to rigid biodiesel mandates, even though the cost of maintaining the mandates in terms of the premium over diesel has become very high. And governments have opted to push the high costs of mandated biodiesel fuel onto exporters in the case of Indonesia, onto vehicle owners through pump prices, or in many cases government pay it. These gaps, they cover them as subsidies. So with demand for oil-based, vegetable oil-based product almost for the first time not responding to price signals, but demand ploughing ahead, what we've seen is there's not been the demand cutbacks to stop MPOB stocks from plunging to their lowest level for 13 plus years. I show you here, I don't know, of course, what the stocks will be officially reported for December, but they're coming down towards 1.1 million tons. Instead, what we've seen is, despite this pressure on stock levels, the mandated demand, not only for biodiesel, but what we've seen in the US, in California, and in countries in Europe, notably Germany, is there's been a big increase in mandated demand for hydrotreated vegetable oil or renewable diesel in order to move above blend walls for biodiesel in order to lower greenhouse gas emissions. And this extra demand has increased CPO to close to 3 times the Brent price. And what I show you here in black is the MPOB stocks, and you can see them tumbling as I expect they did in December. And the green line shows you the spread between Rotterdam CPO and Brent. You can see they move in the opposite direction, falling stocks, rising spread. And what is unusual right now is governments have not shown flexibility in biofuels, and they have allowed stocks to reach recent all-time lows, and this inevitably has forced up prices. In the background, and this is, I believe, what's going to stop prices from going even higher now, palm oil is losing its competitiveness against other oils. These are daily spreads in Europe, in Rotterdam, between different vegetable oils and CPO. So it's the premium by day over CPO. The header to the diagram is wrong. It's from the previous slide. This is the daily premium of palm oil, of the other oils against palm oil. Blue is sunflower oil, which was the cheapest, but it's now the most expensive. Red is soybean oil, which for a time was the cheapest. And green is rapeseed oil, which interestingly is typically the most expensive of the three. But right now, as of the time I'm recording this, was at the same price as CPO in Europe. Palm back in mid-2020 was the cheapest of the oils. It had a big discount on the other oils, but this advantage has been eroded recently. There has been a little bit of stability in the soy oil premium in the last few days over palm because of the strikes at crushers and at ports in Argentina, Argentina being the world's biggest exporter of soybean oil. But that has now been settled, and you can see the broad trend, not for sunflower, where the oil has already pretty much been committed for export this year, but for rapeseed and for sunflower oil, the diagram shows that palm has now lost its competitive edge. So, what's the outlook? Markets, I believe, should now settle down after the changes in the export taxes that we've just seen. Export taxes and import tariffs, they have led recent trade flows. First, as you know, we had Indonesia's reduction in CPO import tariffs, and that suddenly sucked in extra demand for CPO. Then we had the jump in Indonesia's export levies and taxes to some extent, while Malaysia's resumption of export taxes has had this distortion in December, as you've seen this surge in Malaysian exports in order to save the 8% tax. But in the meantime, as I've just shown you, palm has lost its competitive advantage over other oils. We should now see a reordering of trade in palm products. Palm will be the key origin for CPO, and Indonesia, thanks to these tax incentives, will lead exports of processed products. And these export taxes have created what most people will say is an totally crazy world where FOB CPO, the raw material, exceeds FOB prices for RBD olein and for RBD stearin. As I say, try explaining this to anyone who doesn't understand the consequences of export taxes. The other factor that we have seen, which did definitely surprise me, and I believe many other people too, is that biodiesel mandates are used as a policy tool in a very inflexible way. Now, for Indonesia, I believe its policy is right. You can do the cost-benefit calculation for Indonesia, and its dominant position in palm production and exports means that it's actually cost beneficial to the country to go on raising export levies to maintain the mandate. If you do the cost benefit, they gain more revenue from supporting the prices than they would without it and letting prices fall back, even though they would then maybe not have to pay such high levies. Producers gain, the government gains, and actually the only losers are the importers of palm oil, and Indonesia cares less about them, I suspect, in terms of their food prices, but also it does affect food prices in Indonesia. But on balance, Indonesia gains from maintaining a B30 mandate. But the reality is other producers, including Malaysia, have a lower influence upon world stocks just because you are smaller producers. And when you do the cost benefit, they would gain from flexibility. They would gain right now in terms of the overall cost benefit for the country and for foreign exchange from exporting 1 ton of CPO in order to fund the importation of roughly 2.5 tons of diesel as they can today. They are not big enough to have the same influence on world prices as Indonesia. And as I note there is nothing shameful in flexibility. I would have expected more signs of flexibility than we're seeing anywhere. All over the world, people seem governments are willing to pay more for biofuels, even though it may be argued that the overall foreign exchange position is made worse by sticking to biofuels rather than importing fuels. So just a few last words. For the palm price, we are in a position where right now all of these factors and the low production period is going to keep stocks low, and it's going therefore to support remarkably high spreads between CPO prices and crude oil. But if you believe that things will get back to trend, there is a big increase in production coming along, and then we will see things getting back much more like normal, where the gap between CPO and crude oil moves back to where it used to be in the price band. So with that, I would like to thank you very much and good luck in the seminar, and a happy new year.
Thank you to Dr. James Fry. Ladies and gentlemen, move along to our second paper presentation. Our second speaker, namely Dr. Satya Varga, is the owner and co-founder of Palm Oil Analytic POA, the online publisher of palm oil daily news, price data and analysis based in Singapore, serving global commodity markets. He holds a BA, Business Studies, Master Degree in International Trade distinction, and a PhD in Political Economy from the Robert Gordon University, Scotland, and has been in the commodity information business for over 20 years. And so, will Dr. Satya's powerful outlook for 2021 dramatically able to reduce the industry player worries? Let us welcome Dr. Satya so he can explain more in his presentation entitled Market Prospect and Outlook for 2021. Please welcome.
Salam Sejahtera and greetings. My name is Satya Varka, owner and co-founder of Palm Oil Analytics. Palm Oil Analytics is a publisher of palm oil price news and data. We publish midday and closing market report on a daily basis. If you want to take a look at the market commentary, the palm and Lorex prices that we cover on a daily basis, you can send me an email, drop me a message on WhatsApp, and I'll be very happy to send the newsletter to you. I'm here to speak on palm oil market prospect and price outlook for the year 2021 in a seminar organized by MPOB called Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Seminar. In this seminar, I'm just going to briefly talk through and show you the slides. If you're interested, you can replay, look through the slides, look at the details, and ask me some questions. I'm also active on social media, on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. So if you are on this platform, please connect with me. Very happy to interact, exchange information, and get to know about the market and get to know you more. So the big question is, what's been driving edible oil complex prices so high so quickly? The main theme that's driving prices high is supply crunch. Lower supply in palm, in sunflower seed oil, in soya beans and soya bean oil have been putting a lot of pressure on prices to rise because demand is just beginning to recover. Demand is just beginning to recover while supply is very, very low, and that's putting pressure on prices to be elevated at multi-year high levels. So what are the main themes? Lower production emanating from weather, lower application of fertilizer in the oil palm sector last year that's impacting yields this year, shortage of workers due to border closure to curb the pandemic, but also on the moratorium imposed by the Malaysian government in June on hiring of new workers. And remember, the Malaysian oil palm industry is 80% dependent on foreign workers, particularly for plantation work. Stocks have been very, very tight as stock usage have increased due to lower production and higher export demand. So if you look at the Malaysian stock numbers, it's been at almost 13-year low as of December end. So stocks are tight, and stocks are the most sensitive variable in influencing the CPO prices. But all this is happening just when demand is beginning to recover, fueled by positive talk on vaccine that's being rolled out in many countries, just at the initial stages now, but that's giving a lot of consumer confidence in people coming out to spend, to buy. And aiding this is government stimulus, both in helping consumers increase their spending power, but also to businesses. So government spending on massive expansionary fiscal policy, vaccine, stories and hopes are helping to push demand higher than where it was in the first half of the year 2020. So let's look at some of the numbers here. Palm oil production in Malaysia is expected to be at about 19.1 to 19.2 million tons for the year 2019 to 2020. However, production should see a rebound by about 2%, to 19.5 to 19.6 million tons. But the rebound in Indonesia is expected to be stronger at about 4.35%. But the story on the soya beans is that massive reduction in soya beans output, down about 3%, and this is due to drought during the planting season, and the harvest that is expected is going to be a lot lower, and that means international buyers buying soya bean meal and oil are looking to alternatives, the United States, to secure their supplies, and that's causing the outlook on the United States ending soybean stocks to be at very, very low. Brazilian soybeans are also expected to be delayed, not lower but delayed because of delayed in planting, again due to weather problems. But the main oil that's been outweighing the other oils is sunflower seed oil. Sunflower seed harvest from Ukraine that's been just coming out and been completed looks to be at a multi-year low at about 22% down compared to the previous marketing year 2019-2020. And that's why we have seen a surge in sunflower seed oil just from June, when the planting was completed and harvesting began in September. And again, in the copra market, the global copra oilseed production is seen lower by about 2%, mainly in the Philippines. And I'll show you more charts on that. So here are some charts to show you that the Malaysian output for the year 2020 is going to be one of the lowest since 2016, and there are multiple reasons which I have highlighted here. And on the Ukraine sunflower seed production, as I said previously, drought have reduced their yield and cut down their harvest, and that's caused the prices to rise to almost 7-year high. And remember, Ukraine supplies about 56% of the global sunflower seed oil. Ukraine crushes almost all, 99% of the seed that is produced in Ukraine domestically. So, which means there is a sharp shortfall in the sunflower seed oil in the global supply in the year 2020-2021. And similarly, in the soya beans, weather has caused massive problems and therefore reduced harvest area to one of the lowest, leading to one of the lowest production in 3 years. And adding to the problem is workers' strike, which means there is lower supply that is going out of the Argentinian ports. And all this means international buyers from China and India are looking to the United States to cover their supply, and therefore United States soybean stocks outlook for the year 2020-2021 is going to be one of the lowest in about 7 years, at just 175 million bushels, as you can see on the chart. And we have to see the USDA report on the updates on how will these stock levels improve, will they fall further, and how will they translate to prices. At the moment, soybeans prices are at almost multi 7-year high. So here is a map just to show you very quickly that although production, CPO production in Malaysia is expected to improve in the year 2021, there are going to be challenges. There are going to be challenges, particularly in the first quarter. January and February is going to be a major production problem because of excessive rains causing extreme wetness and localized flooding, which means there's going to be massive disruption in harvest in Malaysia. And here are some pictures that you can see in Pahang and in northern states in Malaysia, but also in Johor. Similar reports are coming out saying that oil palm plantations are badly affected by these excessive rains, all causing logistical problem and harvesting challenges. Here is a chart that is to show you how sunflower seed oil, the red line, has outweighed CPO, the green line, and soybean oil on the futures market, especially from the beginning of June onwards. The prices are racing and catching up one another. So on the CPO side, CPO futures had one of the best runs in 10 years, and prices ended at an average of 2,700 ringgit, and that means plantations will be reporting very good quarter in October, November, December versus July, August, September. But also compared to the previous 2 years, 2020 prices been one of the best prices in the last 3 years, and this is mainly driven by supply shortage but demand recovery from the second half onward. How did exports do? So let's look at exports. So Malaysian exports fell by about 6.5% in the whole year compared to the previous year, but that hides some of the elements here, which is demand did recover, particularly in the fourth quarter, spurred by the reduction in the CPO export tax to 0%, weakening of the dollar, and also recovery in buying, particularly from India, because India also reduced their import tariffs by 10% from the beginning of December. And that's why we think December will show one of the highest outflows of CPO from Malaysia. And that's not very good, because refiners have been facing severe shortage in CPO feedstock from July right down to December. And that's why refined product prices, stearin, PFAD, have been staying at a very high level at about $890 to $950 and above. So what will be the demand prospect be like in the year 2021? So we are positive on the demand prospect in the first quarter, particularly in February and March. Not so optimistic about January because most destinations have bought in the previous 3 months, so there's a lot of stocking that needs to be cleared. And remember, prices are at a very high level. The spread between palm to soya bean oil is volatile in the physical market and very, very narrow in the futures market. India and China, two key destinations, are understocked. Seasonal buying for the Chinese New Year, which is in mid-February, will help Malaysian exports to grow rapidly in February, but thereafter there will be a slowdown in Malaysian exports. So exports is likely to slow down March onwards, just when we are beginning to see some recovery in production. Soft oils are likely to be lower. Supply of soft oils are going to be lower in the international market, and that means there's a lot of scope, room for palm oil to make up for this demand. And CPKO, palm kernel exports to countries like the EU and China, has been very strong in November and December, and this is likely to continue in this year, mainly on strong usage by the oleochemicals sector. So here is a chart to show you the palm oil stock situation in China, which is in a deficit for many months, and this is likely to stay this way for a bit longer. We think it will stay like this for at least until March or April, and thereafter show some improvement. And in the soya bean oil market, which is one of the main oils that's used to blend with other oils for consumers in China, it's a bit better, but not significantly better. Although stocks are slightly higher compared to last year, but it's still much lower to about 5-year average, and there are reports that crushing activities have reduced in December because of high pollution level in the provinces like Shandong, where there are a lot of crushing mills. So environmental laws have made these mills to reduce their crush volume, and that means there is a lot of beans that is not crushed, while soybean oil stocks are just slightly higher than last year. So situation is not fully covered in the edible oil market in China for the Lunar New Year. So there is a lot of prospect for China to buy and cover in this month and in February, January, February. Over in India, the situation is worse when it comes to lower stocks. India has been on deficit in stocks year-on-year basis for about 19 months, and this situation is unlikely to improve immediately. So almost the whole of 2021 is likely to be a year for India to be restocking at about 1.1 million tons in view of lower imports of soft oils and lower domestic supplies to meet the domestic demand. So what's the situation with Indonesian exports? So we think Indonesian share of palm oil export to China will rise this year. mainly because of ample supplies in Indonesia. Remember, Indonesian stocks currently are at a significantly high level at about 4.5 to 5 million tons. However, the stock levels in Malaysia is noticeably low at 1.3 million tons. But the global palm oil market follows the numbers, the data that is published by the Malaysian Palm Oil Board for Malaysia, not on Indonesia, because MPOB data are seen as reliable, timely and accurate, and therefore the market pays premium to these numbers in assessing the prices and discovering the cash market prices. Over in India, we are positive on the Indian palm oil imports for the year 2021. We see the imports rebounding to 8 million tons, or 11% higher compared to the previous oil year. And this year we will see lower imports of sunflower oil and soybean oil into India. But that does not mean there are no challenges. High palm prices will always be an issue into importing countries that are price sensitive, like India, some emerging economies in East Asia and in China. But there are some incentives. Number one, India has lower CPO import tariffs, which it did not have before. So there's lower tariffs. Indonesian CPO prices are relatively more expensive than Malaysia because of the levy and the export tax, which makes $200-300 per ton higher on FOB basis on the Indonesian prices. So that gives an advantage to Malaysia to export to countries like India. On biodiesel, we are not very optimistic, mainly because of the widening POGO spread, which is now almost at $500 per ton, and therefore it is unlikely that Indonesia will implement the B40 mandate, although they have made the move to replenish the biodiesel funds by adjusting the levy and the taxes. But it's unlikely that Indonesia will implement or mandate the B40, but rather is likely to stay on the B30 program for the year 2021. In the case of Malaysia, the plan to see nationwide implementation of B20 is unlikely to happen due to lack of clarity on the funding side. And also remember, Malaysia offered 0% export tax incentive from July to December, and that means there is no export tax collection from the CPO exports for the 5 months. So therefore, it's very difficult to implement biodiesel under the current POGO spread without incentive to undertake the blending and make it profitable. So not optimistic on biodiesel for the year 2020. Here is the chart to demonstrate that widening spread. The green line shows the CPO and the red line shows the gas oil or diesel prices, and you can see the widening gap as we move into the year 2021, and this is unlikely to come narrow very quickly. A little bit on Lorix market. So Lorix prices have stayed elevated, tracking the CPO futures and the palm product prices, mainly because of the same fundamentals of lower production, depressed stocks, and strong export demand, particularly to China and the EU, from the oleochemical sector, keeping the prices high. And also the spread between CCNO, crude coconut oil, and crude palm kernel oil been widening to about $300, and because of this widespread, there is greater demand to secure supplies of CPKO. CCNO supplies in the global market is lower because of the supply problems in the Philippines, and you can see from this chart here, copra supply, CCNO exports from January to November is down about 30% this year, January to November 2020 compared to January to November 2019. So there is lower copra, lower crude coconut oil supply in the global market, and Rotterdam is a big buyer of crude coconut oil of the Philippines origin, and because of the lower supply and continuous buying, the prices of CCNO has shot up to 3-year high at about $1,400, $1,500 per ton on the spot basis. The reason is because of weather problems. Philippines have experienced severe and violent storms and typhoons, and these are some pictures to show the extent of the damage to the coconut trees in the various locations. And rainfall have been severely excessive, almost 300% than normal that you get in the years. And this has been made worse by the restrictions due to the pandemic, and that means copra collection has been a problem, and now with the weather decimating some production areas and crushing mills, we will see lower supply of copra, hence crude coconut oil, coming up from the Philippines to the global market in the year 2021. And that means CCNO prices will remain elevated above $1,000 at least for the next 6 months. But coconut production from Indonesia is expected to improve this year, but we are still waiting to hear and see more evidence of that in the coming weeks. And this is a chart to show you the price difference last year to this year on CCNO FOB Philippines. The prices have stayed 36% higher on average throughout the year on average compared to last year, and this is unlikely to change because production disruption from weather, severe weather will take very long time to recover. And this chart demonstrates the spread between crude coconut oil and crude palm kernel oil in the Lorex market. The spread is at about $300. It has eased slightly to $200 last week, but we think the spread will remain at more than $200, at least for the next 5 to 6 months, as supply on copra side becomes a big problem. So while we are positive on the demand side, there are some risks, and here are some of the risks that we have highlighted. High prices is likely to lead to limitation on buying, and if there is no limitation, if there is continuous buying, then we will see a serious rise in food price inflation. The spread between palm oil and soya bean oil on the physical market will remain volatile. It's been $70 one day, $40 the next day, and we have not seen these for a very long time. Lower dollar means stronger emerging market currencies, including ringgit, and higher ringgit means more expensive for international buyers to buy CPO, which is denominated in ringgit, and that will dampen export demand. Tariffs and taxes will be a theme that will be in many countries' trade policies as they secure their domestic supplies before it leaves their domestic production countries. The spread between palm and gas oil will remain high, and this will depress biodiesel demand in Malaysia and in Indonesia. In Indonesia, biodiesel mandates will be maintained rather than increased. The only country that have seen higher biodiesel usage is in the United States, because higher crush of soya beans to produce soybean meal have been the main feedstock, which is the main feedstock for biodiesel being rising. So soybean oil use in making biodiesel in the United States have seen significant growth in the last 2 months. And talk of renewed restrictions to curb the new variant of COVID-19 will dampen demand. If it happens on a global scale, on a continuous scale, on a economic level, then we will see demand being damaged again, just like what we saw in the first half of 2020. So outlook, just to summarize, for Malaysia, we will see one of the lowest carry forward from 2020 into 2021, and that means we start the year on a very thin stocks, very low buffer, and production is expected to increase by 2%, but exports are likely to rise at a faster pace, and that means stocks will remain depressed for the whole of 2021. The main reduction we have put here is on domestic consumption, down by 12% to 3 million tons because of higher prices. Consumers are likely to limit their buying. Refined retailers are also likely to reduce their buy and stocking. Over in Indonesia, a slightly different story. Carry forward is going to be one of the highest from 2020 into 2021. Production is seen rising by 2 million tons, aided by favorable weather in Kalimantan and in Sumatra. Exports are likely to rise by 3.23% to 32 million tons, subject to economic recovery in emerging markets, because Indonesian big markets are in Africa, India, and China. Domestic consumption is likely to be higher, fueled by biodiesel and oleochemicals, reaching at about 18 million tons. So price outlook, we think the CPO futures trading will be dominated by low production and low stocks in Malaysia. January production is likely to be lower compared to December, so that's giving a lot of fuel for the CPO prices to stay at current level, and prices will be supported between 3,500 to 3,800 ringgit on the most active month on CPO futures up to the middle of February. Thereafter, prices should ease as production begin to recover and stocks begin to rise and export demand begins to being rationed. Cash prices will remain high for now. Cash prices are already at multi-year high on RBD palm oil. RBD palm oil offers are at about $950 to $1,000, and that will remain the case in January and in February. And in January, most traded RBD palm oil is April, May, June delivery, and this is likely to be at above $830 per ton on FOB Malaysia basis. On Lorix, CPKO prices, Rotterdam prices are likely to stay at above $1,000. It's being offered at about $1,010, $1,050 per ton, and it will remain at these levels for the whole of first quarter, and thereafter we should see lower prices. The spread, as I said, between crude coconut oil and palm kernel oil will stay wide, $200 and above. On biodiesel, as I said, we are pessimistic due to the price disadvantage. CPO prices are rising very fast, but gas oil prices are still low. Despite the big jump we saw after the surprise announcement by Saudi Arabia to commit to cutting the production, the gas oil prices will not see a significant rise to induce discretionary biodiesel blending. With that, thank you very much for your attention, and here are my contact details again. Feel free to get in touch with me, and I'll be very happy to hear from you. Thank you, and best wishes for the year 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Satya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded, should you have any question related to the presentation, kindly type them in the post question box. Please address your name and the organization you are from. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to our third presentation. All the way from our neighbor country, Mr. Toga Sitanggang is a vice chairman of Indonesian Palm Oil Association, or GAPKI. He graduated from University of Southern California, Los Angeles, USA, in computer science degree and obtained master degree from North Sumatra University in Medan. He has been working in the palm oil industries for more than 20 years for national and multinational companies. He also active in palm oil related associations in Indonesia, such as APROBI, Associations of Biofuel Producers Indonesia, APOLIN, Association of Oleochemicals Manufacturer, and DMSI, Dewan Minyak Sawit Indonesia, Indonesia Palm Oil Board. With that, in order to explain more about the Indonesia 2021 outlook, let's keep our focus on Mr. Toga's paper presentation on Indonesian current policies and outlook for 2021. Please welcome.
Hi, my name is Toga Sitanggang. I'm from GAPKI, Indonesian Palm Oil Association. I would like to thank, first of all, the organizing committee, the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, on this webinar for the review and outlook 2021. The paper that given to me is the Indonesia policies and outlook for the 2021. And again, this is the new way, I guess, the new normal for all of us. And the webinar, the seminar online will be done, instead of face-to-face meeting, due to this the pandemic that is still going on in this world. You and I, wherever we are, we live, almost all over in the world, get affected by this, and hopefully this is the beginning of the year. Happy New Year for all, 2021. And we hope for the new year, 2021, there will be some improvement on this, how do we, handle the pandemic. And, throughout the year, or, the later of the year, with the vaccine that is already available for us, we could have a better life, with the vaccine that are available. And let me begin my presentation. I will share my screen, share my presentation to you. The Indonesian current policies and outlook 2021. Yeah, sorry. The data sources that I have, of course, is from GAPKI ourselves, Indonesian Palm Oil Association, APROBI, the biofuels, GIMNI, the Cooking Oil Association, the Oleochemical Association, Statistics Indonesia, the Indonesian Board on Body on Statistics, Coordinating Minister, and the CPO Fund, Oil World, and IMF. There's only two simple outline for my presentation. I will talk about 2020, what has been going on in 2020, what will we expect in the 2021, looking into the things that is evolving us around the world nowadays. Palm oil policies. Indonesia, actually, there's at this moment, the first is actually there's three policies, main policies that Indonesia has now. The first is the export. The export market will be more into the refined products. This started in September 2011 when the export structure changed. And what changed was the previous one, the tariff on CPO is less than the tariff on the refined product. And since September 2011, it's the other way around. The tariff on refined product is less than the tariff on the crude palm oil product. And of course, that we all know that the biodiesel mandatory blending, which is actually has started in 2008, but again keep on changing. The quantity, the percentage that is being blended in as a mandatory keep on changing. And at this moment, the 2021, we are on the 30% blending. And the other one that is more very, very important for Indonesia is the creation of Indonesian Palm Oil Plantation Fund Management Agency. And in a simple way, we call it BPDPKS, or some of us can call them CPO Fund. This is to support. There are many things that we need to. This bodies is supporting. One is mandatory biodiesel blending, replanting program, promotion of Indonesian palm oil, the human resource development, research, and infrastructure development also. And let's look at the 2020 overview on the supply demand. As we can see, most of the demand, especially on the export market, was decreasing. We all know the pandemic has created a slowdown economy everywhere in the world. So we expect that through 2020, this export market will be less than the 2019. And percentage-wise, the crude palm oil will be down about 6.5%, refined about 16%, lauric 22%. But the oleochemical is the one that is really increasing both domestically and also on the export market. Well, we all know that we now washing our hand more frequently than before. We want to get the viruses off our hand, our body, and we tend to wash our hand or take a shower more often than before. The biodiesel is it is increasing about 23%. It's actually because the 2020 was the beginning of the blending of 30%. On the 2019, it was still B20, and the 2020 has risen up to the 30%. And actually, this is a little bit down from the previous about 1 million metric ton, below the expectation. The pandemic has created a slowdown of movement of people. The usage of fuel was also less, and hence the blending, for the diesel oil is also less for the Indonesia. So, but overall, it's still up from the 2019 consumption. The top destination, of course, there are three main top destinations, if I could say: China, EU, and India, from Indonesia. And the total export, if we see the up to the October, it's about 27 million. And if you come back a little bit on the slide here, up to the 2020, we expect to have about 32 million metric ton. But in terms of value, the value of the 2020 would be almost the same or even more than the 2019. The 2019 is about 20 billion US dollar, and 2020 I would expect 20, maybe even 22 billion plus US dollar, because we know on the last years of 2020 the market is really shooting up, and at the end of December we stand about over 1,000 US dollar per ton for crude palm oil FOB Indonesia. And if you can see how it's the movement of the vegetable oil complex, soybean, rapeseed, sunflower, and crude oil in term, and then if you can put it side to side with Brent, it is like now it's all dancing together almost like most of the time. Once a while, of course, it breaks. Like in this slide here, crude oil is going up. But the other vegetable oil is going down. But here, we can really see this is the pandemic era, the beginning of the pandemic in the 2020. I think it's about February, when the crude oil went down so sharply, and even have a negative value, which is something that we never had before. I want to get the comparison, CPO CIF Rotterdam versus Brent crude Northwestern Europe, because this will be important for our mandatory program, because the CPO fund is supporting the difference between, if you see here, domestic farming and versus gas oil based on MOPS. The difference here is the key for this program, because if you can see, the difference is keep on increasing, and there were questions on how is the CPO fund could manage and could support, support and the program for the B20 in 2021. But I will tell you later that the government is really firm on this support for this biodiesel program, and they make changes on the levy tariff for each oil in the beginning of December 2020. It really shooting up very high, but the result is actually for the enough fund to fund this, the mandatory program. And if you see here, the mandatory program for each year keep on going up and up and up. But when this thing will reach the very peak, I would say I'll speak again on that later. I think what we're talking about here is what is beyond B30, which is coming up in a few slides later, right here. 2021. Like I said, the beginning of December 2020, government changed the decree on the export levy. From the previous 55 US dollar per metric ton for CPO, it raised into what in December was 180, and this January it become 225 US dollar per metric ton. And on top of that, we still have the export tax. The export tax on December was 33, and for this January, it is now about 74. But this one is also, for the levy, it of course, like I said, it is supporting mandatory biodiesel blending, which is at 30% right now. How are we going to take this 225 plus 74? This is the question that I was asked early this today. How we gonna, how I see this? Well, yes, if we see the levy, the levy plus the export tax, and compared to the current market price, we would come up with about 600 to 700 US dollar FOB net for the exporter, and that will be into also translated into some about, I think, roughly about 1,750 rupiah per kg for the FFB, roughly, I would say. And in my opinion, I would say this is a personal opinion also, that this level of price, it is still a good one for the farmers, good one for the farmers that selling their FFB to the market. And what is beyond B30? We've been discussing, since before pandemic actually, that even our president Joko Widodo was asking about 100 B100. Indonesia has to go to B100. But I think what we if we calculate it and then technologically, at this moment the highest possible, I think, is about B50. But to go there, the steps will be, of course, will be B40 first, which is actually the 2021 was predicted as the year of B40. But since the pandemic, again, the pandemic has disrupted a lot of things that in this also in this industry. But the B40 is now still on the laboratorial testing. And of course, what is the composition of B40? some say that you can use B40 using all 100% FAME, and the other said that the FAME B30 is the max, need to be blended with with other biofuels such as hydrotreated vegetable oil for 10%. Or if we see how the availability of the HVO now, which is coming from Pertamina, maybe I would say, maybe the current combination of blending would be somehow between, I don't know, maybe 35.5 for HVO, depending on the availability of the HVO from Pertamina, which is actually still on the testing process, and it's not yet a fully commissioned products that coming from Pertamina. They're still evaluating it, in terms of the quality, in terms of pricing, etc., etc. But we go for beyond B30 would be somehow combination. This is what I've been hearing from the market. But on the other side, on the biodiesel producers, some say that the B40 will be still okay with the FAME 40%. We'll see. The new development will be available maybe sometimes second semester of 2021, whether or not we are going into B40 with FAME 40 or with a small combination with HPO, or maybe the B40 program maybe as well as postponed into 2022 or even later, depending again Pertamina what is their plan on the making of the HVO available. Now, if you see, if we look at this number from IMF last October, IMF is somehow, and it's not just IMF, others economics body also predicted that the 2021 would be a robust development everywhere, including Indonesia and of course maybe Malaysia, Singapore, every regions, every country in the world. That the economists predicted that maybe with the vaccine available, the pandemic may not be over 100%, but can be managed, manageable pandemic. So, and if we can see here, the China, India, the top main, and European Union, the top main destination for Indonesia, Indonesian palm oil also will have a robust development of 2021. Even in Indonesia also will have about, if I can highlight here, about 6.1% GDP growth in 2021. This would translate into how, I believe that it will be translating into demand. Demand would return. But when is demand is returning? Well, now we see all the news that vaccine is being applied. Everybody, getting in line to get themselves vaccinated. But will it be affected? Everybody said that it will be affected. At least it will try to reduce the effect of pandemic. If that's so, and then the real growth of the economy would only start appearing maybe second quarter or even second semester of 2021. With that, keep in mind that the demand also would possibly more return in a robust way, maybe on the second semester of 2021. That's why if we see it translating into the back to supply demand for 2021. Here, the export market, I am predicting that it would reach almost the same level of 2019, which is more than 2019, yes, but it's not much far from the 2019, but it's very a good increase from the 2020. Biodiesel here is a bit, I put here about 8 million ton, but something, we have to keep in mind that the Pertamina Indonesian government, the Minister of Energy and Resource, only releasing the allocation, I think about 19 or 20, 16 or 17 of December. It's only about 2 weeks before the January start. This will, I would say, would have effect, into delivery of 2021 at least, 2 to 3 weeks or even maximum 1 month. Disruption, yes. Completely not delivered, maybe not. The first month of the 2021, this January, would be somehow disrupted. So we might see this one is less, than 8 million. However, if we see the demand is really returning even on domestically, on the second semester of 2021, we might see this one also change into revise again into more blending. So we might see, we might be slightly less than 8 million, but we might also see about above 8 million for 2021. And, some others also ask me, do we have enough stock? Yes, we have, we have a good production. I'm expecting a good production year for the 2021. I'm expecting good demand 2021. We, Indonesia at the end of 2020 might carry a bit high stock, but that is, I would say, will be a preparation for the 2021 demand that this will be returning. This is what I'm saying. So the outlook for 2021, the production will be increased about 3.5%. Our export will increase about 12%. That's very cautious, actually. Domestic consumption also for food products is about 2%. Again, is very cautious because maybe up to second semester, up to first semester of 2021, people, the restaurant is not yet really fully operating. The Horeca hotel restaurant and catering also is not there yet. So the whole thing will be pushed back into the second semester. Biodiesel will be increased 11% and hopefully more than that. And the price range, what my thinking, it is, of course, this is above what is our current market level now. But I still believe this will be the good number for the 2021, and I would review maybe, I will review my projection again for the next maybe January, February or March, because for this time at this moment, the price range that I'm thinking and my opinion is about 750 to 850 CPO FOB Indonesia per metric ton. With that, I thank you for listening to the presentation. I will join you later on the Q&A session with other panelists that for this seminar, and hopefully I will see you there. I can please give your questions, and I will try to answer your question as much as best as possible that I could give. Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Hi, I'm back. Thank you, Mr. Toga Sitanggang, for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to join our quiz contest as the special gift is waiting for you. And don't forget to grab the chance to buy our publications and palm-based products at our Palm Shop online store at discounted price. Move along to our fourth paper presentation. Let me introduce you to Mr. Josh Chow from Dalian Commodity Exchange. Mr. Josh is a graduate from University of Wisconsin, Madison in Economy and received his master's degree in actuarial science from Columbia University. He is currently Senior Manager of Singapore Representative Office and working with industry-leading organizations who are commodity merchants, miners, investments banks, and brokers. He was previously worked in agriculture products department and played important roles in futures, contract amendment, and product development. Without further ado, we present to you all Mr. Josh Kiao from his paper entitled TCE Palm Oil Futures Internationalization, New Prospects for Palm Oil Trade to China. Please welcome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Josh Chow from Dalian Commodity Exchange Singapore office. First, I'd like to say many thanks to MPOB for the opportunity to share some information about DCE and also our palm oil futures. In my presentation today, I'm going to first give an overview of Dalian Commodity Exchange and then go to more details of our palm oil futures. And finally, I'll list some opportunities for the market as well as DCE's future development. Dalian Commodity Exchange, short for DCE, was established in 1993. It is one of the 4 commodity exchanges approved by the State Council of China and is regulated by the CSRC. DCE is now the top 3 agriculture commodity exchange in the world, and based on IFIA ranking, DCE soybean meal futures has been first place in agriculture derivatives for many years. DCE also has the largest palm oil futures market in the world. Now, DCE has got 21 futures products and 7 options. Those covers agricultures like soybean and corn, also soy oil, palm oil, and also metals, energy, and petrochemicals. And last week, DCE just launched live hog futures, which was a big innovation, a big step forward for the exchange, but also for the whole Chinese derivative market. Over the years, DCE has experienced some really fast growing. So since 2000, the trading activities in DCE has been growing exponentially. Last year, 2020, DCE experienced the best year ever. We were able to achieve 2.1 billion contracts of total trading volume and with an annual turnover of 110 trillion Chinese yuan. And last year, DCE was ranked the top in all the commodity exchanges in China, both in terms of trading volume and open interest. From IFIA rankings in 2019, DCE was ranked 11th place of all the exchanges in the world. And DCE now has the largest coke, plastic, oil and oilseeds, as well as iron ore market in the world. DCE has 163 members. Most of them are futures companies. And also we have 362 warehouses across China and also 16 depository banks that we work with. And in 2019, we have an active futures investor number of 1.3 million and about 15,000 active option investors. Next, let's go into some details of DCE's palm oil futures. This is contract specifications for this is RBD palm oil futures. Some things to note here is the contract size is 10 metric tons per lot, and the price, the settlement, also the margins are all in Chinese yuan. The minimum tick size is 2 yuan per metric ton. The contract month is 12 consecutive months in the future. The trading hours, we have a morning session, the afternoon session, also a night session from 9 to 11 p.m. The contract is physically settled, and basically the trading price should reflect the physical price in the eastern ports of China, for example, Zhangjiagang. And the minimum margin is 5%, but currently the minimum charged by the exchange is 8 to 9% for palm oil futures. Okay. Next, price movement. This graph shows the historical price movement. So this is palm oil versus BMD's FCPO. So as you can see, those two lines are correlated highly. Based on our calculation, the historical correlation coefficient of the two contracts is 0.93. So the two contracts are really highly correlated. That could give the market many opportunities in terms of arbitrage or hedging, which I'll discuss later. Okay, this graph shows the monthly volume and open interest of RBD palm oil futures. As you can see, since November last year, the volume has really picked up a lot and has been remaining in a really high level since then. So ever since November 2019, palm oil has become the top 3 most traded contracts in DCE, and it remains the top 10 most traded contracts in Chinese derivative market as well. Recently, as you can see in November 2020, the average daily volume is about 1.7 million contracts. That means about 17 million tons of palm oil exchange hand every day. And also the open interest is about 6 million metric tons per day. So the investor structure of DCE is as follows. So in terms of trading volume, most of them are from retail investors, but for open interest, more than half of the open interest from DCE are from corporate clients. All right, palm oil futures internationalization was launched on December 22nd last year. Palm oil was the second internationalized contract from DCE and also 7th from China. On the first day of trading, there were 19 international participants, but over these days, I believe the number has grown a lot. We'll probably give an update on the international participants in the near future. So this graph shows how the overseas clients can trade into the Darling Commodity Exchange. So from the bottom here, for overseas clients, there are basically 2 ways to access DCE. One, from the left, is directly open account with the Chinese futures company members, as I mentioned, one of the 163. And then they will give you the access to DCE. In this way, that involves more paperwork. Also, overseas client need to set up their NRA account in China. So that's why only about 20% of international accounts are open in this way. And the way on the right part of the graph is overseas clients can open an account with an overseas broker which has entrustment agreement with one of futures company members of DCE. In this way, the overseas client can just work with their existing brokers to help them set up their account in China. So that's much easier and convenient for the clients. That's why 80% of the international accounts are opened that way. And on the right-hand side of the slide, we can see some numbers. So 36 of 160 members has started the internationalized business. And so far, DCE has 60 overseas intermediaries from 10 countries and regions. Just for reference, we have about more than 10 overseas intermediaries in Singapore, and in Malaysia, we have UOB Kay Hian and CIMB as our OI. Because DCE has internationalized iron ore futures in 2018, so over the years we have developed the international market pretty well. There are 326 overseas accounts open from 21 countries and regions. That number was based on end of November 2020. So we have seen some big progress from internationalization, and we are seeing more interest from international clients too. By the way, for the overseas intermediaries in Malaysia, we are also developing some more financial institutions. So probably in the next year or two, we'll see 5 to 6 more overseas intermediaries from Malaysia. So margins have been asked a lot by the international traders because DCE has a kind of the whole China's market has different margining mechanism to the rest of the world. As I said, now DCE charges a straightforward fixed percentage of margins. So now it's currently minimum of 9%. So what the trader requires on their account is just 9% of their notional value of their position, of the position they are holding. It's quite straightforward calculation, but it could be a little bit more required than the span requirement. Also, some things to note is that RBD palm futures are all RMB settled. So the settlement currency is in RMB. The accepted collateral by DCE is RMB, US dollar, also standard warehouse receipt and government bonds. Based on the internationalization experience, so for international traders, they can work things out with their existing brokers overseas. So for example, they can probably post Sing dollars and ringgit to their account and also being able to trade DCE. Okay, another thing to mention is that the profit taking from trading futures is not subject to foreign exchange restrictions by Chinese government. So international clients are free to take out their profit. Okay, the final part, I'll discuss some opportunities for the market as well as DCE's future development. These are the 4 opportunities potentially that can benefit the traders and companies in Malaysia as well as the rest of the world. So for palm futures, it is a good price discovery tool because DCE is a well-established and recognized market that attracts millions of traders and also many top-notch industrial players participate in the palm futures. So that's why we can provide an open and fair price to the market that companies or industrial traders, they can use our price as a reference for their physical trading, also their manufacturing planning. And second benefit is risk hedging, because DCE offers liquid contracts up to 1 year. So as a physical trader or manufacturer, they can hedge their risk in up to 1 year. For example, for downside risk, also the price increase. It's a good tool for risk hedging. And the third point I like to discuss is basis trading. Basis trading is really common in soybean companies in China, and also it has been the basis trading has been established in the US for many years. And basically, a trader can use DCE's price as a reference for their physical trading, and they can sign the contract based on the plus minus basis per ton to settle their physical price. And at the same time, when the contract is signed, they can immediately hedge their risk in with DCE, so that the risk of one party is taking is not a fluctuation of the price. It's just the basis. So it can reduce the operational risk of the physical players really a lot. And lastly is arbitrage, because DCE's palm oil is really liquid, and also DCE has other related products like soybean oil. So that can be arbitrage opportunity. Also, because the palm oil futures of DCE and FCPO from BMD are highly related but quite different products, and also denominated in different currencies, that can create many arbitrage opportunities for the traders. And also, traders can trade calendar spread to take advantage of the pricing in the market. And finally, some future development from DCE. First, we are studying and we're planning to launch palm oil options soon. And probably it will be internationalized at the very beginning. That will give the market a more efficient tool to manage their risks, and also to trade onto China. Second, DCE is making it's trying to get more liquidity onto more contracts. So currently, DCE's contracts has more liquidity in January, May, and September contracts. We are doing some incentives, giving incentives to market maker and warehouse receipt provider to try to make the contracts consecutive, so that the traders can have a more efficient way of hedging. And third, we'll improve. That's what we are doing all the time. Is improving the delivery mechanism. We'll try to make sure that the mechanism meet the standards of the spot market, and also we'll increase our delivery points as well. And next, DCE is always in the process of internationalizing more products. For example, soybean complex. That will give more complement to the existing RBD palm oil futures internationalization, which will give international clients better opportunity to trade. And finally, QFI and RQFI will have a wider range of, will have a wider access to different commodity products in China. Currently, the exchanges are working on the details. Probably we'll see it live sometimes this year in 2021. All right, that's all I have for you guys, and thank you for listening please contact me on anything, any questions you have or any comments you have on us. And do follow us on LinkedIn, also WeChat. Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George, for the interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that you can get the copy of today's presentation by scanning the QR code on the screen and fill up the survey form. Once done, our secretariat will be sending the slide presentation straight to your email. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we come to our final paper, which is our lead paper presentation by the Director General of Malaysian Palm Oil Board, Dr. Ahmad Parvez Haji Gulam Kadir. Dr. Ahmad Parvez was appointed as Fellow of Academy Science Malaysia in 2016 and a member of National Biosafety Board from 2021 to 2022. He has more than 31 years of experience in the oil palm industry with expertise in the field of plant molecular biology, genetic engineering and biosafety. He has obtained his Bachelor and Master of Science at University Kebangsaan Malaysia and his doctorate in Plant Genetic Engineering from University Putra Malaysia. Dr. Ahmad Parvez has authored and co-authored more than 80 papers in referred journals and more than 250 conference papers. And today, Dr. Ahmad Parvez will be presenting the lead paper on the Malaysian palm oil industry and performance and prospects for 2021. Please welcome Yang Berusaha Dr. Ahmad Parvez.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon to all of you. And I do apologize for the delay, but nevertheless, we can only release the latest information up till 12:30 today, because this is where we always announce our end of the month, what we call performance for every month. So I'm just going to, today I'm going the outline of my presentation. We have a short introduction, and then we're talking about the palm oil position in global oil and fat 2020, and then the oil palm industry performance for 2020, development in 2020, prospect for 2021, and a very short conclusion. So as an introduction, well, I think everybody knows, everybody talking about COVID, and the Malaysian industry, oil palm industry is definitely very well affected with this COVID. I think the whole world is now affected with COVID, and it's a very challenging year due to the global outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, which is still with us here. Even I think we are even in a more serious condition this year compared to what last year. And of course, I think the performance of our Malaysian oil palm industry was not really affected. It was already affected at the beginning of the first half, where we can see a slowdown in export as well as prices in the first half of 2020. Alhamdulillah, later it just improved itself. Towards the second half, we can see reopening of global economic sectors coupled with the government initiative under Penjana have changed the scenario. So this is start coming down. The production also doesn't really seem to be very positive, and the price also seems to be very, very stable. And it was very good news for the industry. And of course, with the increasing palm oil demand and rising in palm oil prices, in year 2020 ended with a very lower closing palm oil stock and higher export revenue. So I think that is a very good news for the industry, especially I think for the smallholders. I think it's time that where they should be more happy with the price of what we call FFB that they are getting. In terms of our Malaysian position in global oil and fat, we are basically number 4, the 4th world largest producer of oil and fat. Which we can account for around 8.1% of total global oil and fat production. And we see retail as a major player in the oil and fat export market. Well, palm oil export 17.37 million ton, which is representing around 18.3% of the global oil and fat exports. And in terms of palm oil trade, Malaysian palm oil actually covers around 34.3%. So basically, this is a very significant contribution and what we call the importance of Malaysian palm oil industry. And how is the position of the global oil and fat or major oil and fat in 2020? Well, based on the oil world report plus MPOB's data, we can see that palm oil is still leading in terms of production. We are still basically producing 31% of the palm oil for the global oil and fat, whereas soybean is around 25%, followed by rapeseed 11, sunflower 9, and others 24. And in terms of export, more than 50%, more specifically 53% of the whole export of major oil and fat are basically represented by palm oil, followed by soybean and sunflower around 14%. And we can see soybean is not fully exported. Basically, some are used for local consumption. And we have sunflower oil and also rapeseed oil as well, and others. So this shows that palm oil is a very productive. It's been produced in a few countries, but then it's actually covering the major part of the world. And also that we still produce more than one we require, and then we are supporting to feed the world with oil and fats. And if you're looking about on major producers and exporters for 2020, I think for 2020 the whole production is a 73.74 million ton, where 57% are from Indonesia and around 26% or quarter of them from Malaysia. However, we have talked about export. 50% of them, or 50 million tons is exported, which is almost like 60% of the whatever we produce is exported. And Indonesia covers 54% and Malaysia covering 34%. And of course, the others are only 12%. So this shows how important of the palm oil sector for Malaysia as well as Indonesia. And then very obvious that we can see that Indonesia, because of their local consumption, that's why their export is just lower percentage as compared to Malaysia. And of course, we're talking about major palm oil consuming countries. As usual, Indonesia is still leading. Of course, we know that the population there, plus the biodiesel mandate, plus a lot of downstream activities where they are consuming 20% of the whole palm oil produce. And India, 11%. EU 11%, China 9%, and Malaysia 5%, followed by Pakistan 4%, Nigeria 3%. Because of MCO, we should expect that actually for Pakistan to increase further. And I think for Malaysia, we cannot be happy to only have 5%. I think so high that we should go on downstream and then use more of our palm oil locally and basically use it to fulfill our domestic what we call requirement. So that means we should be consuming more domestically and more for value addition. So this is where we can get a better what we call return from this industry. And I'm sure, like China, they are also improving. India, we have seen, because we will discuss later, the percentage of consumption has reduced a bit. And of course, let's see on the industry performance for 2020. Well, for the planted area, it shows this is the first time every year is increasing around 0.5, 0.6 or 1%. But this time we have seen totally in total 0.6% reduction. 2019 was 5.9 million hectare and 2020 was 5.87. So it's a reduction of almost 0.03 million hectare. And most of it actually is happening in Peninsula. Then followed by what we call Sabah and Sarawak. And so this is the situation, and I think we are not sure what is the prospect, but we hope this good price, it's quite challenging to encourage the smallholders to do replanting, but I think it's high time for some of these plantation as well as smallholders to start going into replanting with the various schemes supported by the government. So we may see some reduction of this planted area again in 2021. And this is basically the figure. A couple of years you can see leading, and we can see here now actually it's 1.58. or 27%, followed by Sabah 26.3, and then Peninsula is 46. And of course, Pahang is the third largest producer. And so basically, I think from what we can see here, I think Sarawak is basically, I think they still may have some plan, but I think currently we are trying to keep to the 6.5 million hectares. So we may not be seeing much of an increase in the planted area, I think, in next. And in terms of FFB yield, we can see, of course, for 2020, the yield was reduced by 2.7%. For 2019, our FFB average is 17.19 ton per hectare, and it's dropped to 16.73. And we can see the most of the drop actually are in Sabah as well as Sarawak. So this is something that I mean expected. We have seen what happened in especially a couple of MCOs, and I think with the monsoon and whatnot. So these two, and I think Sarawak always we know also. I mean they also used to have a lower yield from the FFB. In terms of oil extraction, again, I think in case of I've seen that the oil extraction also dropped a bit by 1.4%. 2019, our OER was the highest for the past few years at 20.21, and last year we dropped again to 19.92. And again, we can see that the highest drop actually in Sarawak, and we have 1.1% drop in Sabah and 1.3% in Peninsula. And I think this is expected because the lower OER in 2020 is due to lower quality FFB processed by oil palm mill. I think we have the issue with monsoon, I think with labor shortage, and then I think with these couple of MCOs here and there, I think there are a couple around where many bunches are not harvested, so this where had affected our OER or oil extraction for 2020. So this is expected, and well, we hope for a better situation next year. But this is the reality that we are facing. And in terms of CPO production, I think again, CPO production also dropped by 3.6% as compared to 2019. 2019 we produced 19.86, and this year last year we produced 19.14. We were hoping that the production for 2020 around 20 million ton. However, I think we know about all the various issues happening during 2020, and also, of course, lately we can see a lot of, we can see from the highest we got basically only in June, but then after that it start going down, and so basically we have a lower CPO production due to lower FFB process, lower OER. And we know that there are many factors, including labors and what we call MCOs, that have affected the situation, causing that lower CPO production for 2020. And we hope the situation may be there. The lower CPO production may still be there for maybe 1 or 2 months. I think now with the monsoon, I'm sure there's a lot of places where there are difficulties to take out their bunches and whatnot, but I'm sure soon we hope that when the price are good, I think people will start fertilizing back their whatever, their plantation and whatnot. So we hope by second quarter, or obviously second half of this year, we hope some increase in palm oil production to occur. And talking about closing stock, yeah, I think this is surprising. But if you look at the whole stock for 2020, which is in the red bars, I think that the highest we have this year is 2.04, which is almost the same as the lowest for 2019. The lowest for 2019 is 2.01, and so we can see basically throughout the few months it keep reducing. And of course, I think we just released today. I mean, our December stock is 1.26. I think this is one of the lowest that we have achieved, and this, I think, reduction of 31.1% of OER is expected. I think, of course, we know we have lower palm oil opening stock. Yep, 2.01 for last year. I mean, yeah, I mean, end of 2019, we have lower CPO production and then as well as a lower OER. So there's all these factors, and we can see. I think the places where you have highest stock reduction basically in Sabah and Sarawak. So this is the situation, but I think we do anticipate that means the situation might improve for 2021. But if you look at the local CPO prices, I think this is the very interesting and the most positive thing that I'm sure everybody are happy. And I think this is where we have seen our local CPO price have increased. I think the average price for December is 3,620. Compared to 2019, the highest is 2,813, also in December. So this is where we can see it's a drastic increase, as we know earlier, because the factors that causing the price to increase. And basically, compared to last year, our average was 2,079, and for 2020, our average was 2,685. Last year, we made a prediction of 2,750 ringgit for metric ton average for 2020. Not too bad. At least we are getting 2,685. In fact, we do actually, during the middle of the year, we did actually revise to 2,500, I think, due to the situation in COVID. But I think what is happening towards the second half of 2020 was totally unexpected, but it has actually helped a lot in terms of improving and giving a very positive, what we call, scenario for our CPO prices for 2020. I think this is something definitely something very good, and we hope that this trend can be again repeated in 2021. But if we look about export volume of oil palm product in 2020, yeah, I think overall palm oil export volume reduced by 6% for palm oil. But as expected, I think for CPO, it increased by 15.4%. And for processed palm oil, it reduced by 11.5%. I think most of these, I mean, the major, what we call, reason for this is actually basically India's approach to restrict importation of what we call processed palm oil. And of course, I think towards second part of 2020, India start buying more CPO. And of course, later with the tax structure and whatnot, so encourages and where we can see a lot more CPO being export. And similarly, I think, of course, the Penjana factor where we have no what we call export tax for CPO, CPKO, so on. So that also have contributed to such what we call increase in export. And I think in December itself also, I think on the 27th of November, I think India itself reduced the import duty of from 37.5 to 27.5. So that itself also an encouragement for them to buy more and to make palm oil more competitive for them. So overall, I think we have seen palm kernel oil increase a bit by 12%, palm kernel cake by 3%, oleochemical reduced by 6.8%. Biodiesel expected is reduced by 37.9%. I think because of lockdown in whatever we call all over the world. So there are many, I mean, even the consumption of diesel have reduced. And I think there are many factors, even I think local consumption as well also have reduced. So this is where I think expected, where we see the biodiesel export have reduced by 37%. And overall, I think, even though we didn't expect this, we are afraid that we might even lose a lot of our export. Alhamdulillah, I think we still managed to get 26.66 million ton being exported, which is basically only a reduction of 4.4% from 2019, which to me is a good indicator, and I think this also have definitely have supported our industry very well. And where does our palm oil goes? Of course, I think, well, last year was exceptionally, we have India is number one with around 4.4 million ton. And China was number three. No, China was number two last year. And EU was number three. And what's surprising this year, I think China have bought more. And India, as we know, due to the, what we call the restriction. Plus, I think last year was really exceptional because of the MyCISA, 2019, because of the MyCISA agreement. So we were given the 5% discount for our processed palm oil. So that's where I think our export of palm oil to India have increased by around 7-fold, and that have caused basically our overall export to India in 2019 has increased by 60%. And but of course, I think this year, 2020, with 2.72 million ton, I still, even though it's a reduction from last year, because last year cannot be a benchmark, definitely, but it is still higher than 2018. So this is a good sign. And I think we heard a lot that, I mean, India might be looking for more CPO, I think, during the course of the seminar last week. But I think this is somewhere things have to move in a more professional way. And EU, as expected, because of the biodiesel mandate as well as the lockdown, so reduced by 7.5%. And Pakistan also, I think we knows about the lockdown and many issues there. And Alhamdulillah, I think Philippines is doing well. I mean, we have seen 10%. I mean, this is where I think we should also focus more on our ASEAN what we call other countries, so that, I mean, they can benefit more. And I think this is where we can benefit more, and I think we are within the same spirit. And I think this is where we hope more of the ASEAN countries, our friends, can also join us and to export, to import more palm oil. And in terms of export value for all palm product, this is our estimate based on Department of Statistics Malaysia up to November, and of course based on our data that we obtained until December. So we predicted it will be around 72.3 billion ringgit for revenue from the oil palm products last year. And this is a good achievement. Of course, I think 62% still coming from palm oil, and from palm kernel oil is around 6%. Oleochemical is 23%, where I think previously we get a higher percentage for oleochemical, but we hope this situation will still improve. I think our Honorable Minister had a few months back, as expected, at least for the export revenue to be at least 70 billion. So I think once we get the figure, I'm sure it will be more than 70 billion. So this is, I think, is a very good achievement, and I think this is something that will be a very good news for our oil palm industry. And this shows how important, even with the COVID situation, this industry still have a lot to basically support the economy of the country. And of course, overall, if we look at the performance of Malaysian industry, as is more of a summary, we can see that the planted area has reduced by 0.6%, and then CPO production also has reduced by 3.6%, yield as well reduced, and then oil extraction rate, palm oil import also reduced, which is good. That helps to stabilize our stock, because there was a few years back, I think that there were like a lot of importation of palm oil, which definitely is not a really good indicator for the country. So to me, if a reduction in the import is a good sign. And unfortunately for the export, in terms of quantum, the reduction by 6%, but still not bad, I think, looking at the scenario that we are facing. And closing stock was, of course, I think is 37%, we have reported just now. And the price also, alhamdulillah, has increased by a 29% difference. So, and of course, the export revenue, as we have what we call estimated, will be around 72.3 billion for 2020. So overall, I think the revenue increased also by 7%. So this is a very good indicator of our industry for 2020. And but what are the other developments that are happening in 2020? If we look at 2020, there are many things happening. Of course, we started with 1st January, where we make it, or we make MSPO, Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil, mandatory implementation, especially for the what we call the plantation as well as the mills. And we can see now at least the plantation, they are more than 90%. I mean, I'm still a bit curious about the 99.8% for the plantation, because I've been seeing this figure for many months. The only figures that been changing is the certified unit, but the certified area and the percentage seems to be stagnant. But in terms of independent smallholders, we are seeing around 31%, and organized smallholders around 98.5%. And of course, I think mills are doing well. I mean, 95%. So we hope soon we should be able to get 100%. I think the most important is that I think in order to make sure that what we call the compliance is actually really been done by this what we call our industry. So the what we call the regulatory part, or the enforcement part is very important. And of course, beside that, if we look at the supply chain certification standard as well, I think there's a lot of what we call percentage. I think kernel crushers and other chemical are a bit low, but the rest are all doing very well. I think this is a good sign for the industry, especially in terms of compliance to the MSPO. I think, the most important, I think, current initiative to accelerate MSPO certification among smallholders. But even before that, for the plantation sector as well as the mill, MPOB since what we call January this year, January last year, we were sending reminders, and basically start July we start issuing compound to this plantation as well as mill who have not basically started their process. I mean, if they have started, because we know you register and then they will appoint the certifying bodies. It's an independent body, will do the certificate. I mean, do the auditing. You have 2 levels of audit, so the whole process might take up to around 9 months. But as far as you have started, you have registered, and shows that your commitment to be certified, we consider you as that particular plantation or mill has complied. While of course we follow through, make sure that they should be getting their certification soonest. And starting this year, we should start looking back at whether we have to look back at their license, whether we will give a warning, or we may just halt their license for a few months. So these are something that we have to seriously take action to make sure that the compliance is very good by the especially the plantation as well as the mill. And MSPO, as we showed, I mean, the independent smallholders, they are still around 31. I mean, based on our record, since MPOB is in charge of the MSPO certification for independent smallholders, based on the information from our auditors, we have almost 40% actually have already been certified. But what we are supposed to do now, we have to start becoming more harsh. I mean, last year we've been sending a lot of reminders, newspapers, and then I think in November, December, we have a lot of campaign try to get, them to come forward. I think one of the issue is because I think these smallholders, they are scattered all over, and then not many of them have, their information are not really what we call updated. So we may have difficulties. So we are continuing our effort to get more, or to try to get 100% of them to be certified. So that's why we are going to start with enforcement action. I think we are going to soon issue the what we call warning letters to all the independent smallholders who have not started their MSPO certification. And then of course we will have to proceed with the MSPO campaign promotion activities. Hopefully, inshallah, once this MCO settle down. We're not sure what the Prime Minister is going to announce today, but I think nevertheless, I think we should do the best we could. And of course, I think we also have started some MSPO mobile counters across the country to cater for any inquiries related to MSPO. And I think there are more activities need to be done to make sure that we can really all and bring them forward, register them, and then help them to be certified. Of course, the second issue is actually on our biodiesel. Well, we launched this, we started with B5 in 2011, then B7 in 2014, and then we go to 2019, February, we started with B10. And then I think last year, we initiated, or basically we started the B20. And of course, we have officially launched it in Langkawi and Labuan in January last year. We are supposed to start our what we call launching in Sarawak somewhere around September. But I think if we are still aware that, I mean, somewhere in September last year, there was all hoo-ha about this Sabah by-election. And I think we can also see at that time the increase in COVID cases in Sabah itself. And I think Sarawak also have taken action to stop people from coming into Sarawak from Sabah, and also later from other parts. So that all has caused us, I think. And then I think since we have that September, I think the cases of COVID keep on increasing. So I think definitely we could not proceed with the launching of the B20 in Sarawak. Inshallah, we once things are more settled, we were able to start. So definitely, I think, as mentioned, we will do this B20 program in phases. And then, of course, I think the industrial sectors, we started with B7 since July 2019, and this is moving well. So maybe in the near future, we may consider to increase to B7, B10. But currently, I think we are comfortable, at least to get them to see. Hopefully, there's not much of an issue before we can look into B10. And of course, this is our new rollout. We plan, inshallah. We don't know this COVID that the current situation with the number of cases increasing. We're talking about 4 figures for many days now. And I think with this current situation, I think, so we are now hoping, inshallah, maybe by June, we will try to implement it maybe in Sabah first, then maybe in Sarawak, and then finally maybe in Semenanjung. I think it's unfortunate because of this situation, COVID situation, we could not proceed with this our implementation of B20. But I think I think at the ministry level, and I think we at MPOB are very concerned, and we are very serious that, I mean, we would like to make this thing really happen. And then among the impact of COVID-19, the general oil palm sector was found to be less affected, as we discussed. Of course, I think industry was allowed to operate during MCO with strict SOPs. I think, of course, there's no significant impact on production. If we have seen, I mean, at the beginning, on the 18th of March 2020, when the government announced the first MCO, and there was there's a bit confusion among the especially the planters, whether, you know, and also the industry, whether they can actually operate or not, because they were not at that time essential service. So what happened is that the government had quickly, basically the minister has quickly talked to the Ministry of Health, MKN, and eventually, I think within a day, we get the approval where palm oil has been considered as an essential service. Oil palm industries considered as essential service. So we start basically issuing letters, SOPs, and I think we got support from just to name a few, I mean, like Samdabi, MPOA, MEOA. I mean, many of this, what we call organization as well as company has come forward, help us to come up with SOPs and whatnot, and we share. I think this is good. I've seen by the industry members to work together to support our industry. And of course, with that, and I think MPOB also start issuing letters. I think even until today, we are still issuing letters. Anywhere there's a what we call CMCO, we will issue letters to allow them to move their produce. And again, I think we were expecting a lot of a reduction, but alhamdulillah, it's only around 3.6% reduction of what we call production in 2020. And of course, I think stock also, as we have seen, I mean, stock basically have slightly higher during MCO. We have seen that it peaked around in April, but started to reduce in May. I think where countries like China and some countries, they start opening their borders and whatnot, started reducing, and followed by June. And then I think come July, when the government what we call under Penjana, we introduced a CPO export exemption for 6 months. So this is also basically help to export more our palm oil, which also eventually result in a reduction in our stock. And of course, I think our export demand also was, I think, at the beginning, the first half of the year was affected due to the lockdown imposed by most of the importing countries and lower production. Palm oil export recovered due to the resumption of economic activities in most countries, and then followed by the Penjana, which helped. So I think, alhamdulillah, I think the what's happened are really a blessing to our industry. I think the situation we didn't expect. We're going to recover. We're going to have such a progress of the industry for 2020. And of course, that's not the end, but we are still basically been issues and challenges faced by the industry. Of course, something which is unexpected last year, where we have two of our companies who are actually being accused of what we call forced and child labor. So United States Department of Labor has listed companies that are practicing forced and child labor, and there's a ban of palm oil product from, especially as we know, from two companies. But it doesn't stop there. Of course, we know what's happening. While I know both reputable company, they are doing their very best to solve the issues, because even though the market is not that big, the is very important. So the government itself. So we also have taken an initiative. At POB, we have started sending reminders to all the licensees about to avoid or to make sure that there's no involvement of forced or child labor. And then we also started with awareness program. And I think the government also have also submitted the joint study report, which is done by together with ILO on our labor situation to the US government. So this is something that actually should make the United States more happy with the release of the report. And we also started with what we call roadshow. So we have 8 series of roadshow conducted in 2021. I think, we started last year. We have 2. One we have done it in HQ, another one we done online. And this year we are proposing 8 roadshows. We may be able to do even more, but I think now we are trying to maybe try to use more online webinar. So hopefully we can get more people to join. But it's quite important also to have regional, because sometimes the issues faced by these certain regions, certain part of, for example, Sarawak and Sabah, such a big states. So their regional issues might not be the same as what maybe in Peninsula. So that's why I think maybe it's also good to have the roadshow more targeted towards this particular what we call states, as well as their what they call the districts. And CPL, I think now is already been active for January 2021. I think EU has finally agreed to implement 1.25 ppm of 3-MCPDE for soft oil, including PKO. And of course, for palm oil and fish oil and a few other oils, we were given 2.5 ppm. So I think the palm oil producing countries are now facing challenges in complying with stringent requirement set by the EU. But somehow or other, I think I'm sure that there are companies who are the regular what we call exporters of palm oil to EU, or definitely are well what we call ready to make sure that they can comply with this requirement. because it's no longer an option, because starting 1st January it already come into force. And but surprisingly, not only EU, but because there are a few other countries who start asking for similar, because some of these countries might be importing our palm oil for producing products that eventually will go to China. Will go to EU. So this will definitely, they will require the palm oil that will require the requirement of the EU. So that's why it is not going to come only from EU, but other part of the world will also start demanding for this. And that's why I think in terms of the way forward, I think since EU have started, slowly we can see more and more countries will start asking for more what we call 3MCPD, what we call low 3MCPD or 2.5 ppm of the MCPDE oil. And so what we are doing, actually, we are now disseminating the technologies for reducing the chlorine content in CPO, as well as to check the CMCPD as well as GE in processed palm oil. And we also testing, I mean, there are a couple of MENA refinery are testing a couple of technologies, including some novel technologies to remove CPO. Of course, I think in terms of improvement of nation standard, where we also now doing the improvement and development of the standard for secondary oil as well. And strengthening the CPO, the code of practice at the mills. So this is also important to make sure it comply with the codex as well as the MST requirement by our nation government. So this is how very important that we cannot just become observer, but we have to be there, and we must be ready to make sure that we are producing this high quality palm oil to be exported. Well, Renewable Energy Directive 2, RED 2 in the EU, palm oil demand for biodiesel will be kept at level of 2019, starting 2021 to 2023, and then gradually will be reduced to zero. However, before even the 2021 starting, obviously 2023 started, there are some countries, I think like even France, have already started to restrict the importation of what we call palm oil for biodiesel. So this is what the situation, and I think, this is something that we are seriously working on. I think both Malaysia and Indonesia are working very seriously on this. So we hope there will be a light at the end of the tunnel for this issue. And then restriction of refined palm oil in India. Yes, this is something that really affected our export to India. Well, as on the 8th of January last year, India moved import of refined palm oil of all categories from to restricted category from free category. So then further in 13 April 2020, they were subjected to 4 more strict import conditions. So this is where we can see that basically there is a real drastic what we call reduction or of importation of refined palm oil into India. But this is something beyond our control. But nevertheless, I think we heard from our friend from Solomon Extraction Association of India last week. What they want is more CPO. In fact, what we were told, they were lobbying not only for now, of course, they already restricted the refined palm oil, but they're also planning to restrict the other what we call seed oils, soft oil, the refined soft oil as well, so that that they can do more of the refining themselves, so go more into value addition and support their own industry. So this is what I think they have their own agenda, and this is something that definitely something to be done. But I think on our side, I think we have to play the game or balance the game very nicely. And of course, I think the other issue also, I think the India and Indonesia tariff revision. I think India, as I mentioned, on the 27th November, they have reduced the CPO import duty by 10%, and I think make it palm oil more competitive. Of course, at that time, Malaysia still have a zero and of course, I think this month we have 8%, but it is still much more competitive as compared to Indonesia, who have raised their CPO export levy effective of 10 December 2020. It was increased from 55 USD to 180 USD. So it's such a big increase, basically to boost their blending of and consumption of biodiesel. So this is where the Malaysian palm oil become more competitive. But obviously, I mean, it is not on a good terms because we would like to go more on process. But nevertheless, I think somehow or other we need to still fulfill the requirement of CPO by India. That's why I think both policy changes would pose stiff competition from Indonesia in the processed palm oil market. I think the most important is that, I mean, we have to play this game very well to make sure that, I mean, whatever happened, we still want to make sure our market is still there. We don't want just to play around with the increasing profit and whatnot. Eventually, we become less competitive and people start moving from other oils, say like soybean and other oils. So this is where we don't want. I think while we still have the good market in India, I think this is something that we should retain. And then, of course, finally, I think we're talking back 2021. Okay, we were earlier hoping that we can get up to 20 million ton, but looking at this scenario, we now consider that, I mean, for 2021, the CPO production will be around 19.7 million ton for 2021, an increase of 2.9% from 2020. In terms of export, we hope with more improvement in terms of what we call movement control order in other countries. So we hope to increase a bit on our export volume by 0.7%. And palm oil stock, palm oil stock will definitely, we will anticipate the palm oil stock may increase again next year. I think as people might be start what we call applying fertilizers and whatnot, so we are expecting the more yield will come maybe second half of this year, and export is catching up, then production also will catching up. So we anticipate there will be around 58% increase of our palm oil stock. So we anticipate our stock to end this year around 2 million ton. And finally, I think on the export revenue, we hope that the export revenue for 2021 to be around 74 billion, increase of 2.4 from what what we were preliminary data that we have currently. I mean, we want to be more what we call optimistic, but at the same time, I think we also have to be realistic. So we hope with this forecast, the industry will inshallah will progress, and I think will give a better what we call revenue to our industry, to the country, and of course to all our planters, especially the smallholders. And I think finally we would like to say that, I mean, we anticipate a firmer CPO average of around 3,000 ringgit per ton for 2021, and we would like to have a more realistic figure in this case, around 3,000, compared to whatever we achieved this year or 2020. And we hope that soon we can start the biodiesel program back on track, and the Indonesia also will proceed with their B30 and firmer soybean price in the world market. And of course, I think with the anticipation of a slower palm oil production the first quarter of 2021. So all these factors, plus I think with the improve of export and maybe the situation in India and China, even in EU, few other factors, we hope that the price of palm oil or CPO will be stable for this year, and as mentioned, with an average price of 3,000 ton for 2021. So I think in conclusion, well, despite experiencing various hurdles domestically, globally, the Malaysian palm oil industry has successfully adapted to these new norms. And of course, I think today also we're having our seminar under new norms. And this year, 2021 is expected to bring a brighter prospect for the Malaysian oil palm industry, with all the key indicators of the industry are projected to show a better performance. And MPIC, MPOB, and other related agencies will continue to work very closely with the industry players in facing the ongoing challenges for the sustenance of the Malaysian oil palm industry. So I think everybody, we are those involved in this industry, we have to work hand in hand to make sure settle all our issues and then work together to show our strength and then resolve all the issues, all the challenges, and inshallah, we hope this palm oil will still be sustainable for many years to come. And with that, I think I would like to thank you for your kind attention and listening to my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parviz. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done with all of our paper presentations for today. We're going to proceed our program with Q&A session. But before we start the session, we're going to give you a few minutes break. And again, feel free to join our quiz contest. Don't miss out on your chance to win our mystery gift. And I would like to remind all of you to fill out the survey form by scanning the QR code on your screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our today's program will be continued with Q&A session hosted by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Najib Wahab. We are honored to have Datuk Najib to join us as moderator in this final session. Datuk Najib has been for 40 years of experience in the agriculture, rubber and palm oil industry. He had started in Kuala Lumpur, Kepong in 1979 and served on several estates. He then joined Kumpulan Guthrie and was seconded to Thailand for 11 years and rose to be the managing director. When Guthrie was merged with Samdabi, he was head of plantation operations in 340,000 hectares, 14 oil mills and 2 rubber factories. He retired from Samdabi in 2017 and immediately appointed as Chief Executive of Malaysia Palm Oil Association Council till today. Previously, Datuk Najib was the chairman of Federal Land Consolidation and Rehabilitation Authority and currently a board member in Malaysian Palm Oil Board. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Najib Wahab.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been tasked by the organizer, MPOB, to moderate this Q&A live session of the Palm Oil 2021 Economic Review and Outlook Fiscal Seminar, only called RNO, and I'm indeed honored. All of you have just heard the presentations from the 5 eminent and well-known industry personalities, with the likes of Dr. James Rai from UK, Mr. Josh Chiao from China, Bapak Togar Sitanggang from Indonesia, Dr. Satya Varga from Singapore, and last but not least, Dr. Ahmad Parviz, the DG of MPOB, on an array of interesting subject matters with regards to the palm oil industry. I was very impressed with Dr. Ahmad Parviz, the last speaker. In fact, he can now enroll as one of the prize guru for the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, last week, most of you were kept occupied with the Ports Digital Forum organized by MPOC to discuss industry matters and issues. Very interesting presentations were made by speakers covering a spectrum of issues, ranging from marketing to sustainability matters. But this R&O seminar today put more focus on the economics outlook of the palm oil industry in the Malaysian context. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the audience turn and opportunity to question the speakers on anything that they have presented or even maybe beyond that. All the speakers have kindly consented on taking on the questions live from their respective location, and I very much appreciate that. And an hour has been allotted for this live session. Questions may be posted online and in writing, and without much further ado, let's start with the Q&A. I've received a list of them. And let me begin with the first question to Mr. Dr. Satya Varka. This is from Bing Shu Hao from Swinburne University of Technology. The question is, if the pandemic continues to persist in the coming 1 to 2 years, will shortage of labor be a worrisome issue that hinder the sustainable development of the palm-based business? Dr. Satya?
Okay, thank you, Salam Sejahtera. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So to answer the question, yes, there will be problems in producing, not just for the oil palm industry, but the economy in general, if the pandemic persists, because the pandemic does not choose sectors, does not choose people, does not choose countries. So whether it's origin country, destination country, whether it's sustainably produced, non-sustainably produced, it will have a severe impact. But labor problem has been a persistent problem in Malaysia. And now because of the pandemic, the borders are closed, so workers cannot come back. Plus, the moratorium imposed by the Malaysian government in June expired in December, but the government has not clarified. So plantations cannot hire new foreign workers. And this is a double whammy problem: moratorium, border closure, and now we are expecting that the cases, the pandemic situation is getting worse. So if the pandemic situation is going to be worse in Malaysia and looks like there's going to be another restricted movement, there will be issues. There will be issues with production in the first quarter, which is already seeing other factors causing problem with production, which is floods, which you have heard in my presentation. So I'll stop there and let others give their thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Varka, for the lengthy explanation. Just for everyone's information, Dr. Ahmad Parvez would not be taking in the question. Instead, Puan Fauzia, the Director of Economics of MPOB, she'll be taking on the questions from the audience. And the other point is I would like to highlight is Dr. James Fry. He be coming in a bit late to answer these questions. So the next question, this is an open question. Among all the reasons given for the positive trend, which is the most significant? Is it the production shortfall or any other reasons? This is an anonymous question. Any of the speakers can take up the question, but I think maybe Dr. Satya may want to answer that as well.
Okay, so what are positive factors in driving prices higher in 2021 will be the dynamics of India buying. India buying will set the tone for the price dynamics in the year 2021.
Okay, thank you. Dr. James Fry is back in, my good friend.
Hello.
Welcome to the session.
Good morning.
Dr. Fry.
Morning,
Good
Fry.
So the next question is yours, Dr. Fry.
Thank you.
Current bullish run was an about turn on what most analysts predicted 6 months ago. low prices and high stocks. What happened now?
Okay, I mean, it's difficult because we had at the end of last week, as you mentioned, Dr. Najib, we had the MPOC POT seminar. There I highlighted what I would mention now is usually when prices get out of control in relation to petroleum, something happens to moderate biodiesel. You know, food demand, people need to eat to live. Biofuels are somewhat optional. They depend on policy. And I tried to highlight there what we know, which is Indonesia has been very consistent with its B30 policy. They raised the levies and have continued B30. And what I tried to emphasize there is in other regions, in Europe, in North America with California, biofuel policies, far from responding to very expensive price gap between vegetable oil and crude oil, in fact, they've ramped up their biofuel policies. So at a difficult time, biofuel demand did not adjust in order to bring stocks under more control and therefore moderate prices.
Thank you, Dr. Fry. The next question is posted to Pak Togar Sitanggang.
Yes.
In your personal view, how COVID-19 affect Indonesian palm oil industry, and what is the outlook of the Indonesian palm oil industry in regards to the pandemic impact in 2021?
Thank you, Dato. Well, so far Indonesia has not. Well, I would say I'd be glad to say that it has not affected by any worker shortage, unlike in Malaysia, because the COVID itself, the pandemic itself, may be only limiting people to move, but most of our plantations here making the protocol for the workers, whether if they want to move or going pulang kampung or something like that, they need to have quarantine themselves certain days. So this is applied to everybody. And during the earlier pandemic, like Hari Raya last year, we don't, most of the plantations don't even allow workers to go home. The choice would be for them is, if you go home, it means that you are resigning. So people really understand that moving around could spread the virus. So they tend to follow the protocol and stay at the plantation, or try to live with it, if I can say that. So this year also, I think yes, the vaccine will be applied starting in this January. But again, the health protocol will be still in place. We are not, easing up on the traveling, restriction for our workers in plantation. So I would say that the 2021 pandemic, we had gone through the most difficult, I would say, because adjusting, and etc. In 2020. So by 2021, I think we are now, the workers in plantation can understand better the situation and would follow and really stick to the protocol that plantation management impose on them. So I'm glad to say that maybe 2021 will be better, but even the 2020 we didn't really have any big issues on the production due to the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Togar. The next one, this is for Mr. Josh Kiao. Is there any crude palm oil futures traded in DCE? If yes, did you expect it will influence CPO prices like the BMD CPO futures did?
Oh, thank you, Dr. Najib. Well, currently DCE does not offer any crude palm oil products. So the only one we have is RBD palmolene. I think mostly because there are not much crude oil imported to China, because for DCE we need to have a benchmark, a Chinese benchmark price. All the delivery points are in China, so that might be hard for us to launch a CPO contract. But that's probably something we can work in the future when the policy change, or we can have some collaboration with other exchanges to launch something that to better serve the physical players. Back to you.
Thank you. There's a lot of questions coming in. The next one would be to Dr. Satya. Dr. Satya, since you're a price guru, right? So there's a question: how long do you expect CPO price to sustain above 3,000 ringgit level in 2021?
Oh, above 3,000 should be okay on the active month. I think how much higher above 3,000 is the question. So I mean, at the current level, our reading is that prices should stay elevated between 3,500 ringgit to 3,800 ringgit on the most active month on the CPO futures, at least up to the middle of February. Thereafter, we expect prices to ease because exports to China will slow down after the seasonal buying, and production should gradually improve from March onwards. Although I say production will improve, but it's not without challenges. I mean, the reports are coming in of floods in the Morlo district, in other districts in Pahang, in Johor. So this is going to really have a severe impact on peninsular CPO production in the first quarter. We bet that the production for the first quarter in 2021 will be lower compared to the first quarter of 2020. And also the floods are causing major problems for the movement of FFBs and refined oil from the refiners, and also from the mills, CPO from the mills to the ports in Kuantan, which is a major export port in Pahang. So all these combined will have an impact. So we think prices will stay elevated at the current levels. And MPOB data came out today, largely within expectation, but although stocks did not fall as much as market expected, and that's because of high inflow of imports coming from Indonesia to compensate for the production loss. So production problem is persistent, it's still present, and floods, news of renewed lockdown measures in Malaysia, which may be announced today, is going to have a severe impact on the supply chain of the CPO and refined products. So we expect prices to remain high, but thereafter prices should ease to about 3,200 to 3,400 ringgit. That's what I've put in the slide. So that's the scenario we have at the moment, and we are not so optimistic on the biodiesel side because of the widespread in the Pogo, almost $500, and it's still not clear how the Malaysian government will maintain the mandate, and we are not optimistic that the government will fulfill the mandate as promised in June 2021. In fact, it's been said, but we have always been saying that it will not be fulfilled. So we're not optimistic on biodiesel. Price drivers will be low production and strong exports to India, because India is severely understocked in edible oils. It looks like production of soft oils is going to be lower, seriously lower this year, particularly sunflower seed oil.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Satya. I have a personal question. This open to members. Just Just now, the DG of MPOB, I mentioned he's now already a price guru, and he predicted that price would average at 3,000 for 2021. Any of you beg to differ?
Yeah, it's possible.
Anyone beg to differ? Dr. Fry?
Well, when you say average 3,000, so it will be above and it'll be below. That is what Dr. David is implying. So, I mean, all I was going to add in the short run, which is all I would, I mean, I've only just, you know, for me, it's now just about 6 o'clock in the morning. So I haven't really, I have looked at the MPOB figures for December, but I haven't digested them. But I'll tell you what also interested me. I looked already at the exports first 10 days of January. And the one thing we know is that as I think I mentioned in my paper, the new export levy and tax, but levy really in Indonesia means that right now, Indonesia is the place for refined exports, Malaysia for CPO. Now, CPO is India, but India is not enough to take all of Malaysia's exports. So looking in the next few months, I have in the light of the change in Indonesian export levies and taxes to fund the mandate. I admire the government for doing that. You know, they've made it financeable, but I would say that we're going to see a big hit. You've already seen the first 10 days may not be the month, but Malaysia is going to be struggling on the refined. And for China, with Chinese New Year, if they want Olein, actually right now, surely Indonesia is a more attractive origin. And so you're going to be finding Malaysia struggling on processed, Indonesia having a field day in the processed export market. So maybe Malaysia is reluctantly going to have to hold more stocks than we may have been looking at, all of us, a month or so ago, which will be highest, because Malaysian stocks drive the price. And Malaysian stocks will not remain as low as long as everything that, for example, Dr. Satya was saying, on the production side, Malaysia is suffering. On the labor side, Malaysia is suffering. But if you cannot export processed products so competitively, crazy. Olein, stearin, everything is cheaper than CPO FOB. So, you know, this is not a field day for Malaysian processors.
Anyway, Dr. Fry, for your information, the average price for Malaysian palm oil for 2020, which was just released, is 2685. And the production figure is 19.14 million metric tons. Yeah. That has been just announced by the DG just now.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, back to the next question. This is also directed to Mr. Josh. Yeah? China was the biggest buyer of Malaysian palm oil in 2020. How do you see China uptake in 2021?
Okay. From the futures side, we've seen that RBD palm oil futures has been one of the top 3 most traded contracts for quite a long time. And last year in 2020, commodity, the futures market has been great for China. I think that means probably more and more people will look into commodities, just like, for example, palm oil. And with more getting more attention from the people, I think that's overall a good thing for the industry from the Chinese side, I think. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Josh. One for Pak Togar. Indonesia, by far being the biggest producer, will normally dictate prices. How do you see Indonesia production growth in 2021 and beyond? And the second question, Pak Togar. what is your comment on the very high biofuel subsidy tax and export duties? Indonesia have would Indonesia remain competitive with this tax, with this high tax on CPO?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Production for the 2021, we are looking at about 49 million metric ton for CPO, which is about 2 million over from the 2020, but it is actually 2 million over from 2019 also. So the 2020 we had not so good production. We know all the weather situation previous years, so that is that was the reason for that. For the 2021, we had a good rain throughout the year, and yes, still continuing until today as of we speak. And we expecting that this year the rainy season of the 2020 will produce a better production. In terms of land area planted, is not much, but many of us and the industry also had done replanting, to our plantation. So the maturity of this replanting would start to come up in the 2021. So for the 2021 onward, we will not have so much of expansion anymore. So it will stay, the area would be stay, I think, my prediction about 2024, 2025, we will have a flat area, no more expansions after that. On the levy and the export tax, yes, it is high, but the high of this levy is for the biodiesel. Again, if it is Indonesia is competitive, there is on one part it doesn't look competitive, but on the other part it needed. So like I said to many of my friends, maybe our friends in Malaysia on the CPO term on the plantation side enjoy more on this high price because they have a net income more than what we had in Indonesia. Because for us, for the plantation side, our net after all these export tax and levy is around about 600 over, just a little bit over 600 US dollar at current price. But again, if the high of this number, it is really calculated based on the need of the fund to support the biodiesel program. Everybody know that this biodiesel program is really needed to sustain the price. James had been saying so many times, without this biodiesel program, we don't know where the price now. Again, now we are coming into 1,000 over CPO FOB, but the crude oil Brent WTI is also high. So the POGO spread, yes, is about 500. Hopefully that this will really adjust or at least maintain at this level, not going over crazy over 600 or 700 POGO spread. That will make Indonesia would have to recalculating the formula again and see how it's not the formula just for the levy, but it's also maybe we need to think about I've been suggesting to the government for the flexible blending. Need to know that the fund availability and the need of the fund need to be adjusted so that this program can still sustain and maintain throughout the year. That's over to you, Dato.
Yeah, but at 255 US dollar tax at current prices, the industry players seem to be keeping quiet in Indonesia?
Not really. We GAPI had sent and discussed with the government. We had a discussion already with the government that this need to be looked at because on the levy side there is 255, and then on the tax side I think it's about 50, 52 if not mistaken for this level. So we had already discussion with the government that we think that this is a bit too high, for us.
Okay.
That again, 600, 700 will be the net for us, if you recalculate it back in every price level, that it will come back to about 600 to 700 US dollar for the plantation side.
Which is quite reasonable, right?
Still.
Okay, next question is an open question. What is the potential threats to the future growth of oil palm as a source of high quality foods and oleochemicals? Maybe Dr. Fry may want to answer this question.
Okay, I mean, am I allowed just to iterate my support for what Pak Toga was saying? I mean, without the biodiesel program, imagine if all that oil wasn't taken out of the market, where would the price be? Your stocks would be much, much higher. But in terms of the outlook for palm, one of the interesting things which we haven't, I think, been talking about the last month or so, I know people were talking about early last year, is in terms of biofuel programs in Europe and in the low carbon fuel standard in the US, they are giving strong incentives for what are called waste oils and fats in Europe. That includes animal fats. And if you look at the alternative to stearin as a feedstock for fatty acids, it is traditionally tallow in Europe and US. Tallow is becoming, like used cooking oil, is becoming a premium feedstock. It's a high price, not a low price. And so palm, even at these prices, is a much more attractive economic feedstock than the traditional alternative, which was low grade animal fats and lower grade oils. And so what we have seen is that palm, thanks to these renewable fuel standards, palm is actually reinforcing its position as a preferred feedstock for oleochemicals. And if people want natural oleochemicals, for the alcohols, you have to have the laurics. Coconut production is going nowhere. And so it has to be PKO. And for fatty acid, it has to be stearin.
Okay, thank you. Next one for Dr. Satya. Dr. Satya, you seem to be very popular here. Biofuel production is one of the many reasons for this bullish run. At current prices, producing biofuel will be very costly. What will happen to the Indonesian B40 mandate and Malaysia B20 mandate?
I think we just heard these. As I said, I think B40 in Indonesia has been made clear by the government themselves that it will not be implemented this year. But yes, Indonesian government is very positive. It's an example of a country which has announced, stuck to its mandate, put up all the necessary infrastructure for collection of the levy from the industry, and seen the upgrades year after year. But I don't think Indonesia will go ahead with the B40. Most likely, B30 will be retained for this year, and B40 may be revisited next year, the price disadvantage between CPO and gas oil is just so wide, $500 per ton, and we didn't expect that at the last year that it's going to get this wide. The levy structure has just been revised, and it just seems so high, $300 on CPO, and of course on olein is slightly different, and other refined products is even higher. So it appears that the levy is imposed so that the CPO products is mainly maintained domestically and discouraging exports. So on the Malaysian side, as I said, not so optimistic with the B20 in the year 2021. Also remember that the Malaysian government offered zero export tax on CPO from July to December last year under the Penjana Economic Recovery Plan. So there is not much funding there to help subsidize the biodiesel in Malaysia. So I think B20 nationwide implementation in Malaysia will happen in the year 2022 or 2023, but unlikely in the year 2021. Yeah.
So are you telling that Malaysia is not doing enough on this big?
Malaysia can do more. Malaysia is
Okay.
an example.
Malaysia-
They have all the necessary research and expertise, and they've done it before, well before Indonesia. So, but there has to be a lot more organization on the automotive industry side, regulators, partners.
That
Ministry
is
of
why I
Finance,
mentioned
this done.
to Pak Togar, nobody screamed when the tax is 255 US. In Malaysia, when the tax is 250 ringgit, everybody jumps. Okay. Next question is to Dr. Fry. Dr. Fry, India used to be Malaysia's biggest importer until last year for various reasons. And with the more favorable import duty rates, would India import more oil from Malaysia in 2021? And second question, at the current high prices, would that be sustainable?
Okay, there are two aspects to that question. The first thing, which I've already in a way answered, given the changes in Indonesian export levy and tax, Malaysia is now the preferred origin for CPO and Indonesia for value-added products, which means that just purely in terms of the balance of advantage, Malaysia should have a bigger share of the Indian market. In terms of India, there are two factors. One is that the domestic rapeseed mustard seed crop is looking good, in which, and we know the Indian government is trying to promote greater production of oilseed crops. So what we can expect, I think, is that the domestic production of oil from local oilseeds will be somewhat higher this crop year in India. So the pressure to import oil will be slightly less than last year. That's the first thing. The second thing is, as long as you have in the futures a backwardation, an inverse, why should Indian importers, now that they've got the lower import tariff, why should they be gambling a bit and buying a lot now if you buy forward, you can buy at a cheaper price? So I suspect that in the very short term, there will not be a rush to import CPO. And looking ahead, yes, Malaysia will make more of the sales to India. But a final point, which I think I don't have my slideshow on my screen, but as I recall, one of the points I was making, which is still true, is that at least in import markets like Europe, palm has lost its price advantage over other oils. Now in India, they've given it the advantage through the import tariff, which I suppose the Indian government can always change for the other oils as well. But palm is losing its price advantage it enjoyed all last year. And so the need for palm oil coming into India will be slightly, or for imports into India this coming year will be slightly less strong than it was last year, if they are having a good domestic crop, as well as the lack of price advantage for palm over other oils.
Dr. Fry, this is a personal question. I just wanted to know this. What is the threshold of CPO price against crude oil price, which does not require subsidy from anybody?
The threshold, gosh, the threshold is where more or less there's no pogo. I mean, the threshold is very, very much lower. I mean, let's say, sadly, it is something like 400 something dollars a ton. I mean, it is another world. That is the threshold, because, it depends which country. Let's take Indonesia. Indonesia gives only, and I say only because it's the lowest, $85 as the margin for biodiesel producers over CPO. Well, gas oil, yes, on Friday I went to check. Gas oil was $30 or so more than crude oil. So if methyl ester costs $85 in Indonesia, and gas oil is only $30, say, more than crude oil, you can see actually to be competitive in a completely free market, CPO would have to be 85 minus 30 or so. It would have to be about $50 cheaper than crude oil on a flat level playing field. Without government support, you won't have biodiesel.
Yeah, but meaning that Indonesian government is overcharging on the tax, right?
No, the Indonesian government has done the cost benefit. I mean, I've done it. I don't know, probably others. If you took 7.5 million tons of Indonesian palm oil out of the biodiesel market and tried to export it, what would the world price be? 7.5 million tons each year to be exported. 8 million maybe when things recover in diesel demand. That is an awful lot of palm oil to dispose of each year. And Malaysian stocks would have to carry a chunk of it.
Because for every $25 increase in CPO price, the tax in Indonesia, it will increase by $15 right now.
Yeah, it's a very high marginal tax. Yeah. But the reason is, like I just said, if you didn't take that oil out of the market, what would the price be?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fry.
It is it's a dilemma, but it's one for Indonesia, it makes sense. Government revenues on balance are higher. Producer revenues on balance are higher. The only people who lose are the consumers. Cooking oil.
Good. I hope the Malaysian authorities, MPOB, take note of this. Pak Togar, there's another question, Pak Togar. During your presentation at the MPOC forum, you mentioned that the stocks in Indonesia at end of December 2020 is much higher than 2019.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Why is it that increase in stock does not make an impact on price of CPO? Because Indonesia is relatively much bigger producer as compared to Malaysia, but people only see Malaysia stock of 1.2 million.
Well, that's I think the beauty of it. I think our number has not really, at least the stock has not really been taken, so seriously. But actually, if if I can say that the 5 or 6 million ton for us is okay level, it's very comfortable level. Anything below that, it should not be. The people will scramble for oil, but like Dorap and Thomas, even James said that we don't have any reliable number for Indonesia. So that's why those numbers really not really taking care of into the market, So
Okay,
but
thank you. The last question, I think this is a very tricky question. It's open to any one of you. What, with all the challenges and obstacles faced by the growers, especially in Malaysia,
mhm.
what is urgently need to be prioritized for the industry to remain relevant? Any one of you can take this question. We can have 2, 3 answers. Maybe Dr. Satya, you would like to, you were smiling there.
I'm always smiling. I mean, I think the big problem in Malaysia is yields. Yields are coming down year by year. Said that there is large variation in terms of estates, smallholder, large plantation, government-owned plantations. So the variations are big. So there is a lot of room for yield improvement by technology transfer. I think the technology is available, but there's always this problem of application. Uh, Secondly, I mean, there's a persistent problem of labor. I don't think it's a labor shortage problem. Malaysia has a labor market policy problem. I mean, it's in every sector: construction, catering, plantation. Of course, it's more acute in the oil palm because 80% of the harvesting workers are foreign workers. So that has to be comprehensively addressed in Malaysia. Also, middle income countries always fall into this trap. They don't invest enough in productivity, so you always have foreign laborers coming to do these low skilled jobs. So Malaysia is in that trap, middle income trap. And thirdly, I would say that there has to be more focus on downstream product exports, oleochemicals. These are the high margin products that Malaysia has to focus. And I know NPOC has done enormous work. NPOB has done a lot of research on this space, but somehow, I mean, today's number, see, December CPO exports are 726,000 tons, highest in multi years. I mean, Malaysia should not be exporting high CPO. CPO is going out of the countries. Refiners are short to make stearin, to make PFAT, to make olein, right? So this is a big problem. So cut down on export of CPO and focus more on exporting high margin downstream products. That's from me.
I know. The refiners in Malaysia are crying now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
true. But I just make one point, right? I see, Poram is also neutral because members of Poram are also, some of them are integrated. They own plantation, they own refiners. Some own refiners, refining only. So I mean, I don't see Forum coming out punching and saying, hey, stop that zero export tax. So this is an industry issue. Yeah.
Dr. Fry, any comments from you? You're always very critical about these kind of things.
I mean, first point actually on the CPO, as long as you have a big buyer, India, the biggest buyer, that only wants CPO and even is putting limits on imports of olein, someone has to sell that CPO. You like it or not, that's the reality of the world. Buyers are as important as sellers. And so someone is going to have to sell it. And again, we know that the changes in the export levy and tax means today Malaysia is the origin for CPO. whatever Malaysia would like and however much it hurts the refiners. I suppose coming back, I mean, you would say as an outsider that the biggest difficulty Malaysia faces in palm is on the labor side. And it's a longer standing problem. I mean, what is interesting is if you look at other indicators like the OER, like for like, Indonesian OER is higher than Malaysian. It is signs of better harvesting rounds, of better ability to manage plantations, and it works. You know, if Malaysia, I mean, I'm plucking a number a bit out of the air. Off the top of my head, if Malaysia could simply get the OER, I believe you get Toga and the other companies in Indonesia are able to attain on a consistent basis, Malaysian production of CPO would be maybe 10% higher. You know, and that is a labor problem. It's not the one that's talked about, but it's the reality of how it all works into the system. And I think government will have to be, the Labour Department will have to be more aware of the needs of the economy.
No problem, Dr. Fry. God willing, next year we'll be having drones with laser to harvest. So,
I'm glad you believe that.
no other question. We would like to end this session, and on behalf of the organizer, I would like to say a big thank you to the audience for participating actively in this Q&A session, and to the panelists. Also, a big thank you for making time to answer all these questions and participating at this Q&A session. With that, thank you very much and terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Masih.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Dr. Najib, and to all the speakers for interesting Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of today's program. But before we leave, as mentioned before, we are announcing the quiz winners. Please check out your name. If you are lucky enough, we'll be contacting you soon before we can send you your present. Congratulations to all the winners. Hopefully, everyone has gained some insight from the topic discussed today. Other than that, we really hope to see you again at Palm Oil Economic Review and Outlook Seminar next year, tentatively on 13th of January 2022. And last but not least, we appreciate your cooperation to fill up our survey form by scanning the QR code on the screen. Have a pleasant day ahead, stay healthy and stay safe, everyone. Take care. Thank you.